Your attention, please. Will you please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. I'll slow down next time. Good evening and welcome to the special concurrent meeting of the Oakland Redevelopment Successor Agency and City Council meeting for Tuesday, July 1st, 2014. If there are members of the audience who would like to speak on an agenda matter, please fill out a speaker's card and return that card to a clerk representative before the item is called for discussion. On roll call for today's meeting, Councilmember Brooks, Gallo, Gibson McElhaney, Cobb. I did see Kaplan entering chambers. Reed. Schaff will also be joining us, and President Kernahan will be chairing the meeting. Madam President and members of the body, I show your first item as open forum. Of course, the allotted speaking time is 15 minutes, and we have more than 15 speakers who have signed up. I'm showing about 35 people.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the Oakland City Council. As we always do, we allow a maximum of 15 minutes of open forum at the beginning of the meeting, and anyone else who has signed up to speak on open forum can wait until the end, though I think tonight is going to be a very late meeting. So as we usually do, the clerk will call the first 50, we'll call the first 15 names, and everybody will have 1 minute to speak. I know it's a short speaking time, but that is so we can maximize the number of people who have an opportunity to speak before the rest of the meeting starts. So, Madam City Clerk, will you call, say, the first 5 names?
My apologies. Jean Hazard, Barbara Tangeri, Don McCauley, Eric Wilson, and David Money. It's the first 5 names.
For the record, Jean Hazard. At Rules Committee last week, I was scheduled for an action item, and obviously, Madam President, Phil Degami got to you and Libby Schaff because she pulled the item. But anyway, how can you continue to push for the sale of parcel number 2, which is 3,800 feet over here at 17th and San Pablo, and he gets a $5,750,000 loan, which you know nothing about? The garage costs $6 million, and that's 23,000 square feet of space. And you try to, Madam City Council member, you and your colleague Schaff, you want to continue to move to try to push for the sale on parcel number 2. It's illegal, it is legal conveyance, and he didn't perform the task. You need to nullify that sale and put Phil Degami in default for failure to perform. And if you wanted this T-shirt I have on, cleanoakland.com, you could go there, and I hope the city auditor is looking at this because she needs to join in because Phil Degami has committed fraud.
Thank you, Mr. Hazard.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Excuse me, sir, I think the microphone's not on. Wait, was your name called?
Yes, it was.
Oh, okay. For some reason, that microphone's not on. Would you start talking, and we'll see if it comes on. I won't start your time until.
Okay, I'll just speak loud.
Well, we'd like to have the people watching on TV be able to hear you as well.
Okay.
All right.
There you go. I hear
Okay,
you.
now I think it's on.
Well, my name is Donald McCauley.
Good.
I'm a 59-year resident of Oakland, California, and I'm here representing the people that you see behind me today. It's important to all of us that you vote for option 1. As I looked at a staff recommendation that was overwhelmingly supporting option 1, because we have the equipment, we have the manpower, we have everything it takes for the City of Oakland's initiative to have a green city. It's important to us that we look forward to the future of our children and those that come behind us. It's imperative that we take advantage of all the things that we have before us today. And when I went to the voting booth when it was time to vote for new city council, when I went in, I went with the mindset of voting for people with integrity, voting for people that cared about this city. What I didn't vote for was special interests and compromise. So we hope that you will look at the initiative that is before you today, that we will vote for option 1, because it's good for the environment, it's good for the city, and it's good for the people whom you serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
That
Good evening, council members. My name is Eric Wilson. I am a resident of Oakland for the last 49 years. I attended elementary school in Oakland, which was Willow Manor, which is no longer here anymore. From there, I went to St. Patrick's Catholic School on Peralta Street. Graduated from McClymonds High School. I live in District 3. I have 3 children. One name is Richard, one name is Eric, and one name is Erica. My daughter, and well, all of my children, respect and love me for providing for them the funds that Waste Management have paid me since I've been working there. I have a daughter that just received a full ride scholarship to Cal Berkeley for track and field. Full ride. It makes me feel real good to know that I worked hard for my daughter to provide everything that she needed to get her there. She starts in the fall. Hopefully you'll get a chance to see her. I'm going to move on.
Sir, forgive me, but it's only 1 minute, and your minute is up.
Okay, my minute's
Okay, but it was a very eloquent statement.
okay.
Do you want to say one more sentence?
One more thing.
Okay.
Please give Waste Management a chance to have this contract and finish serving the Oakland community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Dave Money, and I'm with a member of Local 1546 Machinists Union. I've worked at the Altamont Landfill for 9 years. I'm proud to say that I work at a world-class landfill facility, and the reasons why. The Altamont Landfill has received many awards from local, state, and federal environmental agencies. The Altamont Landfill is the forefront of landfill gas technology. We operate the largest landfill gas to LNG plant in the world. We're the first and only landfill in the nation to fuel and operate our tippers with trash, gas, and the landfill produces. Our heavy equipment fleet is 30% below California state emissions targets for off-road vehicles. The LNG fuel produced at the landfill powers the trucks that service the streets of Oakland and the surrounding areas, which helps reduce the carbon footprint in the city's atmosphere. With that said, I have one question. Can any of the out-county landfills, including Vasco landfill, match any of those stats? Vote option 1, please.
I'll continue calling a few names. Andy Nelson, Vicente Soto, Tufam, excuse me, Fred Pecker, and Joseph Morales.
In any order.
Excuse me, I couldn't understand your first 2 names. I think I was the first person here.
Well-
Gene Morrison.
Mr. Morrison, actually, many people signed up online in advance,
Oh.
and we had, I think, 35 people who signed up for only 15 spots, so you may not be called at the beginning of the meeting.
Great.
Sorry. Okay, everybody has 1 minute, just as a reminder. Are you translating?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so you could have 2.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Vicente Soto, soy dueño de una tienda de electrodomésticos que está ubicada en la Internacional 2001. Este proyecto en mi caso particular presenta grandes desafíos para que esta tienda pueda continuar operando. Sin proporcionar grandes detalles, 3 espacios de estacionamiento desaparecerán completamente de mi cuadra. No habrá zona de carga y descarga y el cruce de peatones desemboca directamente a la entrada de mi mercancía que actualmente tengo. AC Transit ha visitado mi negocio y no ha proveído soluciones prácticas a los impactos del BRT. Por ello, creo apropiado solicitar aprueben la ayuda que se proporciona. Gracias.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Vicente Soto. I own an appliance store in 2001 International Boulevard. This project, the BRT, is of particular concern to my business because it presents different challenges. Without giving into details, the highlights of those challenges are the loss of 13 parking spaces, that the crosswalk is going to go directly into my loading zone, and that I'll have no loading zone for that reason. I think I've been visited by AC Transit in the city, and they have not yet to provide me with practical solutions to my problem. So, but I know it will involve some financial assistance, so I urge you to vote yes on the financial assistance to businesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tu Pham, and my business located at 650 International Boulevard.
Talk a little louder, Ms. Pham. Pull the mic up and talk a little louder.
Thank
so we
you.
can hear you.
I'm here to represent East Lake Merchant Associations. Please vote yes to dedicate $1 million as promised to help the merchants who are in need and who are hurt because of the BRT. As you know, some of our businesses will be closed forever. And so that means our family, our entire family, our children will be having difficulty having a regular life. So please consider and vote yes for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vianney Barrios. I represent Vianney's Kitchen on 1527 International Boulevard. I've been in business here for a year and a half. I am from San Jose, California. A lot of the merchants are fearful that once BRT construction starts, we're going to lose a lot of money due to sales. There's not going to be enough parking. So I'm here requesting to please vote to help all the merchants when the time is needed, that we will need resources. Again, it's a lot of us have put a lot of sacrifice. It's our dreams. We don't want to quit. We want to keep supporting Oakland. I think this city is beautiful. I have come to fall in love with it. And I know a lot of the merchants that I have met, within the past year, love it as well. So please keep us in mind and help us. We are supporting the city of Oakland, and now I'm requesting to please support us, the merchants. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, sir, could you tell us your name?
Joseph Morales.
What's he called? Yeah, okay, go ahead, Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Madam President and members of council and my councilwoman, Gibson McElhenney. My name is Joseph Morales, and I'm here to talk about an issue that all these people here are to talk about, but from a different perspective. 2 years ago, there was an agreement to move the collection site at 10th and Pine to the Army base, and that hasn't happened. And now, council is considering or California Waste Systems is considering an application to collect the garbage for the city of for Oakland. And, for those of us who are there in West Oakland, we're tired of it being the literal and proverbial waste dump of Oakland. And if trucks are allowed to go there from the contract that they may receive, some people from conservative estimates are saying 400,000 car trips. Those are diesel vehicles with asthma rates going through the roof, and just, again, West Oakland being a dumping ground. Councilwoman Kaplan at a previous meeting stated that that's environmental racism. So though I've been collecting signatures, I have over 130, and I'll be doing so until this thing is settled. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Tangari.
Barbara Tangari. Off-the-grid 10 trucks granted 6 months permit to sell food literally in front of 500 William Street. The space between parked trucks and patio apartments is about 8 feet, which means the sidewalk to enter 2 main entrances, the elevator and the stairwell will be deliberately congested. Securitas Incorporated security contract monitors inside and occasionally the immediate exterior of the buildings, not off the grid. Nancy Marcus stated off the grid will have 2 security guards overseeing 10 trucks starting every Monday, either July 7th or 14th and ending December 2014. Most important, Ms. Marcus failed to tour the site before forwarding the red file to Greg Miner, Henry Gardner. The go ahead was well orchestrated by Uptown Management and off the grid. Why would tenants purchase food made inside a commercial building, then placed inside 10 trucks to sell to them at the Uptown? Before I settle down to watch Monday night football games, I prefer to purchase my food, for example, at Scott's Restaurant, or cook my own food inside my clean and beautiful kitchen, which is what I do anyway, watching other sport events. Some tenants express opposition to off the grid. Monday night events combined with guitar player will turn out to be First Friday. Changes need to be made, and soon. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll continue calling names. William Eugene Morrison, Tony Tedeschi, Tim Schluchter, sorry if I didn't say that correctly, and Jimmy Wilson. In any order, please? That would be 15 names, Madam Chair.
Good evening, council people. My name is Anthony Tedeschi. I've been a worker for Oakland Scavenger Waste Management for 39 years. I pack garbage up in the East Oakland Hills and in the Trestle Glen Lakeshore area. For the last 18 years, I've worked at Davis Street Transfer Station, along with 80 of my fellow Local 70 Teamsters. I'm a second-generation garbage man. My father was a partner with Oakland Scavenger and retired as a proud worker of waste management. He also packed garbage in the late 50s and 60s in the Oakland Hills. In my spare time, I'm a proud member of the Colombo Club for 32 years. I have served as president of this fine club. The Colombo Club is one of the largest Italian-American social clubs in the United States with 1,000 members, most of them living in the Rock Ridge and Temescal area. Colombo Club has been located in Oakland for 94 years. This is where I spend 3 to 4 days in my spare time. I also served on a committee that organized the Italian Festa at Jack London Square years ago. Oakland Scavenger Waste Management has served Oakland for almost 100 years. Why would you ever want to change the course of the city with another company? There's an old saying, if it isn't broken, don't try to fix it. CWS is not Teamster friendly, they're really not Oakland friendly. They just want a contract that they will never be able to live up to and will leave this fine city stranded in a waste mess. Please help me and my fellow co-workers, along with the citizens of Oakland, by voting option 1. We won't let you down.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tim Schluchter. I was working at White Trucks on 50th and Coliseum when I met my wife. When I asked her to move, she says, nope, Oakland's my home, we're staying here. We were married to St. Lawrence O'Toole in the same church that her parents were married at 22 years previous. When our sons were born in Kaiser, Oakland, they were third-generation Oaklanders. Their grandfather, born in Providence Hospital in 41, grew up in Brookdale. Their grandmother, born and raised in Laurel on Loma Vista Avenue. Their mother, born in Kaiser, Oakland, and also grew up on Laurel. When our kids started school, it was at Redwood Heights Elementary, where their mother and I became active with PTA and Dad's Club chairs. With one son, a local trauma nurse at a local ER, and the other one, a math college professor with a PhD, our sons have gone on to represent well and answer Oakland to questions about where they're from. They're part of a family that includes Oakland Fire and OPD among its contributions, but our family is not unique within waste management. In a nutshell, our roots are firmly in Oakland. I go to work every day and serve this city and its citizens, and I care about the job that I do. I ask that you vote option 1 on the waste contract, not only because I am Oakland, but for the last 24 years and for the foreseeable future, I am also waste management. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Don Crosado with the Area Director of Machinist Local 1546, speaking for our member Jimmy Wilson. Proudly representing 85 mechanics working for Waste, as well as 5 members who work for Cal Waste. But we're here supporting Cal Waste, or supporting Waste Management. There are a number of deficiencies in the Cal Waste bid. I just want to highlight one of them, and that is they have not identified any repair facility if they were to get this contract. You're looking at 50 to 150 different trucks. Current facility they have on Wood Street is totally inadequate for that. It's adequate for what they have now, which is about 15 trucks, space for 3 mechanics. What they're proposing to do is park their trucks at some combination of the East Bay Mud facility and Oakland Maritime Support Services. Now, East Bay Mud does not have a shop. OMSS is currently under construction. Not sure it's going to be ready even in a year's time. It certainly won't be ready in 6 months' time. And it does not have the space to handle the hundreds of owner-operator truckers that it's being constructed for, as well as 50 to 150 garbage trucks, plus a shop, plus all the other facilities. Waste Management, by contrast, has a large modern facility, 98th Avenue, 20-bay truck shop, parts facilities, tire facilities, lockers, all the things you need. Our concern is that if Cal Waste gets the bid, our mechanics, they're not going to be able to staff the place. Skilled mechanics are in short supply right now. Even Waste, okay, I'll wrap it up. One last thought. Even Waste has a hard time keeping people at $38.50 an hour. Our members are not going to work in a parking lot in the rain. Thank you very much.
All right. There were a few names that were called that didn't step forward. I think there was
Fred
Andy
Pecker,
Nelson,
Andy
Fred
Nelson,
Pecker.
and William Eugene Morrison.
Are either of those 3 people there? No? Okay.
Do you want me to call 3 additional names?
2. We're
Sure.
already over time.
All righty. Let's go with Jose Poblete and Adrian Sanchez.
Are those folks here?
Madam President,
Yes.
how much longer are we going to let them speak?
Well, we were calling 15 speakers as we always do, and we're almost done.
We've called more than 15 speakers.
No, we haven't. There haven't been 15 people who came up. We're almost done. Are you concerned because there is the new school superintendent waiting outside for his ceremonial presentation? Or
No.
No.
It's
Okay.
because they were here once before in open forum, and they're saying the same thing now that they said
I know,
then.
but they
And we
can
have
say
other
whatever
business.
they want to
And-
say.
Can I
and
finish,
for the-
Madam?
Yeah.
Madam President, may I finish? You always do me like that. Because I want you run the meeting, Madam Chair, but I want you to see how you treat me versus how you treat my colleague next to me when she's attempting to speak.
Mr. Reed, apparently you didn't see me cut her off 4 times in the middle of closed session. Sir, go ahead and speak. I think you're the 14th speaker.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Adrian Sanchez. I'm the Assistant District Manager at the Altamont Landfill and Resource Recovery Facility. And I strongly support the Zero Waste Services staff's recommendation to select option 1 and the Altamont Landfill disposal bid. The Altamont is home to over 35 highly valued and great-paying union labor jobs. Many of our employees were born and raised in Oakland and continue to live in Oakland to this day. We're proud of the services we have provided to the city since opening in 1980. The Altamont is a leader in the industry and has been recognized by the U.S. EPA, the U.S. Department of Energy, and many others for our sustainable practices and innovative approaches to landfill management. I'm proud to say we're not only creating a positive impact within our communities, but the world. We produce over 12,000 gallons per day of clean-burning liquefied natural gas from landfill gas, which is used to fuel 350 of our CNG and LNG collection vehicles that collect trash in Oakland. These trucks running on trash gas help reduce greenhouse emissions by 30,000 tons per year. I'm proud to say it's the only facility of its kind in the United States and the largest in the world.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that concludes our open forum. Thank you all for coming, those of you who spoke, and we are going to move on to our next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is item 4. It is actions on special orders of the day. It typically proceeds with council member announcements, if there are any.
All right. Council members, we have many of you in the queue, and just in light of what looks to be a very long agenda, if all of you could be concise. So we're going to start with Ms. Kaplan. Were you earlier in the queue? I thought you were there. No, not you. Okay. All right. Next in the queue is Ms. Schaaf.
I would like to ask my colleagues to adjourn the meeting tonight in memory of James Went. James Went is the father of our police chief, Sean Went. He passed away today, and I'm sure we all unite in our prayers for the Went family, and are sad that our chief, who already has many heavy burdens on his shoulders, has this other one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schaaf. Yes, we absolutely, that is very sad. Next in the queue is Ms. McElhaney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will join Councilmember Schaaf in that adjournment tonight. I have only one brief announcement, and that is to invite everyone to come down to Jack London Square, District 3's finest, waterfront, the city's waterfront, for a family fun and safe 4th of July festival, which will be on this Friday the 4th, from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. in Jack London Square, which is at the foot of Broadway and Embarcadero. There's no cost for that. There will be no fireworks. And as we're at it, we're encouraging everyone to go to places where there are safe fireworks and not to do their homemade fireworks in the communities. We do have added patrols this year so that we can try to strengthen our enforcement. But every year we have injuries and even deaths related to illegal fireworks, and so it is really something very serious. I know some of us have neighborhood traditions, but we are really asking people to refrain from the at-home fireworks and come down and enjoy a wonderful free festival at Jack London Square. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McElhaney. Next is Mr. Kolb.
Thank you, Madam President. My condolences to our Chief Went for the loss of his father. And I know it's a tough time, and I want to send our blessings and prayers to him and his family. I want to make a couple quick announcements. Of course, this Sunday, July 6th, in the Temescal neighborhood is our annual Temescal Street Fair. It's always a fun party, celebration, arts, crafts, music, for all families, for the kids, adults, everybody. It's a lot of fun. It's on Telegraph Avenue from 43rd Street to 51st Street this Sunday, July 6th, from noon to 6 p.m. So hope you can make it, and it should be fun for everybody. That's the Temescal Street Fair. Another announcement: on Saturday, July 12th, is the first, could be first annual, but certainly the first Love Our Neighborhood Day in North Oakland, specifically or primarily in the Golden Gate neighborhood in North Oakland, but really it's a celebration for all of North Oakland and all of Oakland, and even folks in Emeryville near North Oakland can come and join in the celebration. This is an opportunity to enjoy, celebrate, to look at the merchants. There'll be music, kind of a little bit of a street entertainment festival. We're going to be closing off parts of San Pablo in North Oakland, not something you see very often. as well as other streets nearby, and it should be a great celebration. It's sponsored by, co-sponsored by both the city, by Walk Oakland, Bike Oakland, and by a number of merchants and neighborhood groups in the Golden Gate neighborhood of North Oakland. It should be a lot of fun for all. Again, that's Saturday, July 12th, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. along San Pablo Avenue in the Golden Gate neighborhood. Come one and come all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Brooks.
Thank you. I'd ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Gwen McCain. Gwen was bigger than life. There aren't words that can adequately describe her. I wrote on my Facebook page that Oakland lost one of its biggest cheerleaders, because that was Gwen. She loved this city dearly. And I said, but God had gained an angel, because she was truly that. Gwen did the Oakland Hidden Treasures for many years. She was always interested in promoting Oakland. She talked about, she did mentoring programs for young people. But she loved this city. And she will be sorely missed. She put up a brave battle with cancer for a number of years, and she is no longer in pain. And I think that that's the beauty of all of this. But there won't be a service, and so I think that people ought to acknowledge her, because she made a lot of significant contributions to this city. I want to thank the people who came out and were a part of the Kaboom build at Burkhalter Park. I see Ms. Olibata in the audience and Catherine out there. It was something to see the community come together. There were actually 71 community members who came out on a Friday, on a work day, to build a park, and they totally revamped that park, planted a whole new garden, built benches, built picnic tables, and in all of that also built a beautiful, beautiful play structure. That park looks totally different now. And so there are many people, Ms. Olibata, the fire department came out and were a part of it. David Lau and Denise Louie from Public Works did a yeoman's job. Audrey Jones-Taylor and her husband, Daryl, were out there from start to finish. Public Works, Parks and Recs couldn't have done this project without them. Morgan Stanley, who was our financial partner on this project, a lot of people that were out there. I want to thank all of you, because it takes a community to do something like that, and really was about community building more than anything. So we did that project on June 20th. We're going to do it all over again on August 8th. I wrote a grant and got another grant to do a project at Concordia Park. So we'll be building a play structure and a garden there. Walt Disney is our sponsor on this project, and so we would encourage all of those who are available to come out. It's an experience you don't want to miss, and so come out on August the 8th to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gallo, you are next.
Thank you. Members of the council, members of the public, let me first recognize and give thanks to the Upward Bound students from the city of Concord and the city of Antioch. This past Friday, they took part. They came to Fruitvale, and we had over 50 students from the two cities, Concord and Antioch, not only help us with picking up trash, illegal dumping, but also beautifying the area of Fruitvale and the surrounding areas of Fruitvale. So our great thanks go out to the student body. Secondly, our ongoing thanks go out to the Garfield Neurological Nursing Home. Every Friday afternoon, they come out of their nursing home, whether they're on wheelchairs, with canes, whatever it means, to beautify the area around their nursing home, and that's really impressive. And I think that's really, it says in terms of how much people care about their neighborhood in the city of Oakland. And again, our ongoing thanks to the California Highway Patrol, since we have established many relationships with them, and on July 10th, they will be once again on Fruitvale Avenue from 9 to 1 p.m. Doing vehicle child seat safety inspections. So if you happen to be in that area and you're waved down, it's voluntary. There's no citations issue. And they will check everything from your lights, your children's seats, and so we're also grateful for the children's centers in that area, because they do refer their parents to the inspection. This coming Saturday, we'll be at the Peralta Hacienda Park with their neighbors and volunteers to clean up 35th Avenue and above. Coolidge Avenue. And so if you're looking for something to do on Saturday from 9 to 12, please join us, and you'll have a great deal of fun, get to know your neighbors a lot better, and most of all, show that we care and love the city that we live in. And so we thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. Next is Vice Mayor Reed.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councilmember Brooks, for adjourning in memory of Gwen McCain. She was my constituent, but even more important, she was a very close friend of mine. When I learned about her death, it touched me very deeply. As Ms. Brooks indicated, she put up a good battle against cancer. And so she is, in fact, in a better place, and she will truly be missed. So if I can associate myself with you, Mrs. Brooks, I certainly would appreciate it. And Councilmember Schaaf, if I can associate myself with your adjournment as it relates to Chief Wynn's father, I certainly would appreciate it. That I will keep both families in my family prayers as they move forward in dealing with the loss of their loved ones. I'd just like to express my thanks to the residents of District 7 and District 6 who turned out this past Saturday for the Wells Fargo Bank officially opening in Foothill Square. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and you, Councilmember Schaaf, for your presence. It was a good day. It was a good day for the people of East Oakland. It's been a good day ever since that financial institution opened and that shopping center opened. So I just want to express my personal thanks to both of you and to the residents in my district and Councilmember Brooks' district for doing their banking and coming out on this past Saturday.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Next is Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Also, I wanted to express support for the Wen family, and many of us knew that the chief's father has been ill for a while, and I know it's been very difficult for him. He never mentioned it, and we've been in contact with him today, so I want to thank everybody who has shown support for him. I also want to thank several hundred employees and other people who joined us for the Oakland contingent at Oakland Pride. There's a huge contingent from the Public Works Department and the firefighters, and I will pay a reward for anybody who has a picture of Assistant Chief Figueroa dancing down Market Street in uniform. Everybody sort of got into the spirit, and we had Caribbean dancers, and at the end I noticed a couple of the OPD officers like dancing by my car, so I want a picture of that. So also, I just wanted to remind people that it is 4th of July weekend. We've got our fireworks number up, but we're very concerned that sometimes people foolishly shoot guns into the air, and that's what they're going to be focusing on with ShotSpotter. And so that number is on the police website. But First Friday is also July 4th, and First Friday has decided to open up earlier at 3 p.m., and we'll go through about 8, I understand, and then the galleries will be open at the regular times. But so you can still come to First Friday, enjoy yourself, and then go see fireworks elsewhere if you want, or you can hang out in our galleries or have a dinner here in Oakland and participate in the other non-fireworks 4th of July activities. There's lots of them. They're posted on my Facebook, and I wish everybody a safe weekend.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor, and that is the end of our announcements.
We move to the first ceremonial item this evening. It is a resolution honoring incoming Superintendent of Schools, Antoine Wilson, and outgoing Superintendent, Dr. Gary Yee. I am showing those speakers on the item.
All right, and so actually this is the mayor's item. Yeah, so are they here? Oh, so I moved by Ms. Kaplan, seconded by me, and is Mr. Wilson also a Dr. Wilson? No? Okay, anyway, Mr. Yee or Dr. Yee and Mr. Wilson, if you would come all the way up to the middle.
Hello? Oh, okay. All right, great. So please join me, gentlemen. superintendents. So people sometimes accuse me of still acting like a school board member, and I know that one of the toughest jobs in town next to being mayor is superintendent, and sometimes I think their job is harder. So today, just before council, we had a reception that looks like a little over 100 people in the community came to say goodbye and thank you to Gary Yee and to welcome a very exciting new permanent superintendent, Antoine Wilson from Denver. So I'm gonna start with Gary, right, and say that I've known Gary Yee since he was a teacher, and then became principal. And when he was a principal and I decided to run for the school board, he said, "It's about time we got an Asian on the school board." And he was supposed to be apolitical, but he actually, I think, helped put up a few signs and later moved up in the school district and became a professor at Holy Names, helping us recruit teachers. And then he took my seat on the school board and had it for a long time and became interim superintendent. And over the last year, particularly Gary and I sort of picked up on some of those things that we had before the state takeover, trying to restore the school academies, trying to make sure that the pipelines to jobs got recreated. We created, I'm going to let him talk about it, a Grow Our Own Police Department program, and worked really hard to make sure that the city put its arms around the school district and help the school district, and started something that we hope will continue. So if you will help me give many thanks to Dr. Gary Yee.
Thank you, Mayor Kwan. I just looking around the audience because it's always a pleasure just to see the community come out for a wide variety of the things that matter to all of us. Actually, I've known Jean for quite some time, as she said, but actually I've known Councilmember Noel Gallo since about 1974-75. And we go back a really long way when he managed the technology of the time. I think they were cassette recorders, weren't they, Noel? And learning stations, with headphones, and projectors and film strips and all that stuff. But I've always believed that the city and the schools needed to be well integrated, but also for us to know what we can be responsible for and how to work together. And so it's just great to have the mayor and a city council member, and really many of the rest of you on the city council now who are so interested in education in all its various forms, whether it's early learning or whether it's workforce development or its facilities or its beautification or recreation. All of you are all about that stuff. So anyways, I have told people in the time that I just spent this last 12 months that it's actually been an honor to be the superintendent. I never actually thought I could be the superintendent because I didn't think I was actually I didn't have the right stuff. But it's really interesting when your city and your community asks you to do something, are you actually willing to do it, even if it's outside your comfort zone? And so this was definitely outside my comfort zone. But what I learned was that if you're honest and fair and people know who you are and what you believe in, that they'll come alongside you and help. And that's really what this year has been for me, the community coming together and being my family and being my partners and being my friends in this year. So I have no idea if that's what it means to be a real superintendent. So I'm anxious to see how how Antoine Wilson does it. I just want to tell you all how excited I am that the school board chose Mr. Wilson, Superintendent Wilson. I remember a call I got in the middle of the night from Jamoke Hinton Hodge on the school board saying, "We have found him." And I wasn't sure what she was talking about, but she meant Antoine. And I've come to know him over the last 2 months, and I think he's the real deal. He loves education, and he loves kids. He is going to love our city in the same way that I do and Gene does and all of the city council does. And all he needs is really for the city to show him the kind of love that it showed me in this year. And if the city does that, he's going to do great and amazing things this year. And if he doesn't, I'll be there to remind him and to correct a little bit slightly. But I don't think that's really going to have to happen because his instincts are right. The board did an amazing job of finding just the right person. So I am happy to welcome you, welcome your lovely wife, and I can't wait to meet your kids. Thank you.
Do you want to say a few words before I let Antoine speak? A few.
I'm really
Introduce yourself.
honored. I'm Jumoke Hinton Hodge, and I represent District 3, the honor of sitting on the school board. And as July 1, and we're on break, the board, and so I feel the weight of just the work of Oakland Unified School District staff, and many of them are in the room right now. Mr. Wilson has, from the day that we said, please come and be a part of our team in Oakland, he's hit the ground running. He has met with some of you. He's begun to think about our infrastructure. He's begun to think about this city and own it in a particular kind of way, with a certain humility and respect. And so, first, I just am so appreciative of him deciding and being willing to be in it. It's hard to talk about Gary Yee, Dr. Yee, because I got to be a colleague with him on the school board, and it was hard to see him kind of shift over to the other side. And yet it was really wonderful because we had a sense of relationship. We kind of even knew the parts to push and pull at one another, and I am sorely just so incredibly grateful for you holding this school district over the last year and a half. And, you know, we've been through state receivership and, you know, people kick us around and we're not doing the right thing. But I know how hard you work, and I know how hard the staff work, and they were inspired to do that work through you in just the last year. So I will really stop and just appreciate the fact that a partnership is around, and we will have ways to really connect our safe communities and wonderful playgrounds to young people that are going to be learning. So thank you.
So I do have to say that a lot of us know that Gary suffered a tragic loss this year of his wife and partner, Carolyn Yee, who was an award-winning principal at Lincoln School, just a few blocks from here. And so the fact that he held the city together and held the school board together during that time is pretty amazing. And so, you know, hugs. So Antoine, you're coming into a family in a city that's not a little disinterested in the school district. We all think it's ours. We all have opinions, and I know being a school board member, everyone, because we went to school, think we know how to run schools. But I've been reading up on you, and then you get a chance to look up at the Tribune article. I posted it in my newsletter today. He has had an interesting education, being both a teacher in North Carolina, then with Wichita, Kansas, and most lately #2 in Denver, Colorado. But what I read about was his love for the kids, and particularly his strengths in reforming high schools. And we all know that high schools are the area where we probably lose the most kids. And so I'm very, very honored to welcome on behalf of the city our new superintendent, Antoine Wilson.
You know, I'm extremely honored and actually quite humbled to be here, to have an opportunity to lead the Oakland Unified School District. There was a time where I was a young student growing up in Wichita, Kansas, with my mother, who was not a teacher, but she thought she was, the way she drilled me and pushed me and focused on education. But never in a million years would I have thought that I would be in this position. And then growing up through school in Lincoln, Nebraska, with so many of my friends, some who were able to go on to great careers, and then others who were not able to.
to think that I would have an opportunity to impact a system and to lead a system on behalf of the young people at that time was not something that I could have imagined then. And so I just want to start by just thanking the school board for their belief in me. You know, it was interesting sometimes when you look at a posting and you read about a city, you spend time researching, and then you see a group of 7 individuals who arrived at the same belief and understanding that I arrived at when I read it, and that is they're talking about me. So, so I appreciate that. Also, just appreciate Mayor Kwan. I had an opportunity my first trip in to spend time with Mayor Kwan and just understand a lot of the history that exists here in Oakland around education, but also her passion around education, and then also just appreciate the opportunity to come before you, City Council members, and this is everyone, the community of Oakland. And you know, what I would say is it's appropriate that I'm getting an opportunity to address the community of Oakland, because it really does take a community to uplift our school system, to really focus on our school system and think about what it takes to ensure a quality school system in an urban environment. And that is, it takes individuals throughout the city. It takes recognition that we have to take care of families. We have to take care of their communities and provide communities that are safe, with a strong emphasis on education, the same way that my mother understood as a single parent, teenage parent, that education was going to be a key for her son. We have to provide those same opportunities for every family to leverage education as opportunities for their children. And I think the city is an appropriate place to do that. Just really quick, and Gary, I appreciate you for acknowledging my wife, Teresa, who is excited to also move here to Oakland and be a part of the community. Just a little bit about me. Folks, my values are quite simple. It starts students first. And what that simply means is that when we're making decisions that uplift the needs and interests of students above everything else. And I do believe that that's what the whole purpose of the school system, that's why the buildings are built, that's why the positions are there, is to make sure that we are keeping the focus on young people. And it's really easy in these times to couch everything under, well, I'm doing it for the kids. Well, doing it for the kids means that you're going to side on the side of safety over anything else. You're going to make sure that education and them learning is central to everything that you do. That's reading, that's writing, that's math, that's problem solving, that's teamwork, and the ability to collaborate. It means that you are really focused on the outcomes for those students and how they can leverage that education after they leave the system, after they leave the K-12 system, and connecting them to the next steps in life. And so I want to make sure we mention that. But other values, their integrity, to really have your word mean something, to be about what you say you're going to do, which means that it's really important to keep your priorities focused on what matters most. Integrity is really important. Equity is extremely important. It's recognizing that we need to treat people differently in order to treat them the same. To have the same expectations for all people. Some people need more in order to reach that high bar that we've set. It's giving everyone what they need to be successful. Teamwork. Teamwork is extremely important, not one individual. I myself, I'm not of the illusion that I'm going to come here and provide some type of magic wand. My job is to try to provide a vision and set a framework for we as a collective community to work together, to do work on behalf of young people, to accomplish great things on behalf of young people. So it takes a team to get it done. Accountability. We can't say that we care about kids and not afraid to use words such as accountability. It matters to say that how you showed up, giving your best effort, working hard, and making sure that the people who are in front of our kids are of the best quality and trained to the best of our ability is important. We have to do that. And then fun. And then I'll close on that by saying that if we are a school district that uplifts education of young people and somehow decide that we're going to exclude fun, then we've lost before we started. We have to be a district where we are focused on the safety, we're focused on the education, we're focused on preparing young people for college and career, but they should have fun in school. Parents have an opportunity to send their young people to school, and they will be better employees. They will be better citizens if they don't have to worry about the safety of their young people and that they know their young people are educated and they like the school that they're in. They're having fun. And so that's going to be an important part. Another way of saying it is just joy. And I can tell you that the times when I've been having fun in education, those were the times where I was learning the most. And I don't mean fun in spite of learning. I mean fun that uplifts the learning and puts me in a position where I can access it, leverage it, and have fun with it. So with that, I just want to say thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come and address everyone here today. And I look forward to our future work together. I got to say this. I've had a lot of folks say to me, you know it's a lot of work. You know it's a challenge. And I'm thinking, well, if it weren't a lot of work and not a challenge, you'd have someone else up here standing in front of you, because I would not have been interested in it. We want the work, we want the challenge, because I see that as opportunity. And that's what I get excited about, is the opportunity that we have to provide Oakland students with what they deserve, and that is a first-class, world-class education. Thank you.
Thank you. So on behalf of the City Council, we have proclamations both thanking Gary and welcoming you. Thank you. Nobody wants to speak? All right, thank you.
Okay, yeah, if the two of you would stay up here, Ms. Kaplan and Ms. Schaff would briefly.
Excellent. Well, I really wanted to take the opportunity to express some appreciation and welcome to our new superintendent. I know now everyone's trying to sleep. It's okay. You can stick around. Superintendent Wilson, welcome to Oakland. It is such a pleasure to have you here. I understand you had some amazing accomplishments in Denver in terms of improved student outcomes and student achievements, especially in some of the schools that were having some of the hardest times. And hope you're going to love Oakland after Denver. I think we have every good thing Denver has, I have to say, but we'll show you around, as I imagine many have already done. And lastly, I just wanted to add to welcome for you to come back here. You know, I think that this might be an opportunity for us to reinstitute regularly scheduled meetings together, because there's so much that we at the city side need to do to support safe and effective schools. I mean, everything from the street lighting around the schools to safety patrols so kids don't get mugged around the schools to strengthening the after-school program, connections. And so I really want not only to say welcome, but also that I hope this is not the last, but rather the first of our meetings like this, so that we can continue to collaborate on how we uplift our schools together, and wish you Godspeed and perseverance and joy in this very important task you're undertaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaplan. Now, Councilmember Schaaf.
Yeah, I just couldn't miss this opportunity. One, thank Gary Yee for his service. He's been a great partner of mine when you were the District 4 school board member, and we had regular meetings and parties at both of our houses for educators, and you just have been a joy to work with, as you have been for the 19 years that we've known each other and worked together on various things. And I just have to also just embrace you and welcome you, Mr. Wilson. I'm a very proud graduate of the Oakland Public Schools, Skyline Class of '83, and I also have my 2 young children in the same public elementary school that I attended as a child here in Oakland. So I have given you my first and second born to take care of. As a lifelong Oaklander, school success and safety have always been our challenges in this city. And we all are working very hard on the safety issue. And please count on us to be partners with you in working on that student success issue. We have got to do more. We've got to do better for our kids. And we'll never do it alone. And so I'm very excited about being your partner, being your champion, being your fighter for your vision. Very excited to work with you. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Brooks, you're next.
Mr. Wilson, I simply wanted to say welcome to Oakland. I wanted to say that in your bio, you indicated that you believe that all of our children have the capacity to reach their maximum potential, and it's up to us to see that they do that. And so I hope that everybody will join with you in working to make sure that our children have the absolute best that they need in order to be successful. It will raise them up, it will raise this community up, and it does take all of us to make that happen. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. So thank you both. Welcome. I think you've heard a big welcome, Mr. Wilson, and we look forward to working with you and supporting. So just call upon us if we can be of assistance.
Absolutely. I appreciate
Thank you.
it. Thank you.
And congratulations, Mr. Yee.
Moving on to the second ceremonial item this evening. It is a resolution acknowledging California Youth Outreach, CYO, for their services to Oakland youth and their commitment to the betterment of the city of Oakland. I show no speakers on the item.
So moved by Mr. Gallo, seconded by Ms. Kaplan.
So what do we have, 20 minutes or 20 seconds?
Oh, you have three hours. We have nothing to do
2
with
hours,
that.
you said, okay. Thank you. No, we'll try to. Thank you. Members of the council, members of the public, it's really an honor to have these Oakland young men and women join us this evening. The California Youth Outreach has been an organization that has been around for many years. And these young men not only help us at the street level, but they also go beyond their call and help us beautify Oakland. And I can tell you, our last experience, there were some of us that were on the freeway walls trying to remove graffiti. And sometimes we hang from the walls to remove graffiti. But they're a great group of young men and women. And if you go on the street and some of our streets in East Oakland, you'll find them out there late at night. And certainly when, they've invited me to join them to go to visit one of our parks at midnight to be able to reach out to some of the youngsters that are out on the street and sometimes making poor choices. But anyways, it's an honor to recognize them, the California Youth Outreach. But I will ask two of our interns that we have in our office for the summer. We have Daisy and Jessica from Fremont High School. They're seniors. And to read the resolution for the record.
Hello. This is a resolution acknowledging California Youth Outreach for their services to Oakland youth and their commitment to the betterment of the city of Oakland. Whereas California Youth Outreach, CYO, has developed the ability to provide effective youth and gang intervention services by hiring staff members who are through rehabilitation, have successfully overcome gang lifestyles, and our community of Oakland now benefits from the services of Oakland California Youth Outreach, OCYO. And whereas Oakland CYO works with the City of Oakland local government, the Oakland Police Department, Youth Employment Partnership, and other agencies to improve public safety. And whereas Oakland CYO provides services to high-risk youth and young adults in Central and East Oakland.
And whereas Oakland CYO counts on staff members that are bilingual and understand the impact negative lifestyles have on youth's life, and they aim to be effective role models. And whereas Oakland CYO staff members also help the younger population by interrupting, right? Is that say interrupting? Interrupting and preventing gang violence, mediating conflicts, improving school attendance and performance. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the City of Oakland acknowledges Oakland, California Youth Outreach for their service to the community and for their commitment to improvement safety in Oakland.
Thank you. And hold up. In our office, we have 10 interns for the summer, but these two young ladies, their role is to reconnect our children with Stanford University, UC Berkeley, Santa Clara. So their primary function is to establish those relationships and have weekly field trips to those universities. So thank you for joining us. Corelli, you're outstanding. And now we'll hear from our director, Jeffrey, that will tell us about the organization and all our excellent young men and women.
Thanks, Noel, for the honor. Thank you, City Council, for honoring the organization. What these guys do and young ladies do, it's a very challenging job. It's sometimes a thankless job. They're engaging with the highest risk individuals, and there is no real reward for that. But what they find reward in is impacting the community, change lives, one person at a time, one block at a time.
they walk into communities with no bullets, no guns, no vests. They walk with these white jackets and white T-shirts, but what they're armed with is compassion, care, and consideration for our client base and the communities. And I'm very, very honored to have the privilege to work with these young men and women as a director. Thank you.
Again, we celebrate you, we recognize you, and we're really grateful for all that you do in Oakland to help our young people get to another level. So we thank you and salute you, and we'll make sure that we continue to stay real close with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. McElhaney, did you want to, I think Ms. McElhaney wanted to say a few words too.
So I just wanted to join with Councilmember Gallo in honoring CYO and the great work that they do. And you all know how much we appreciate and how much we're fighting for you. And we don't have to only give you this verbal appreciation this fall. Voters will have the opportunity to renew our commitment to you financially with the Safety and Services Measure of 2014. So we're going to be stomping on that, and I know you guys are working with us. Thank you for everything you all are doing, east, west, and north. The work is hard, and so know that we are praying for your safety and your success.
We now move on to the balance of the agenda. Item 5 is the approval of the draft minutes. And Madam Chair, just so that we collect the consensus on the vote on the record, I show it is moved by Gallo and seconded by Kaplan. All in favor?
And by consensus
Thank
on
you so
that
much.
item. Thank you.
Again, now we move to the approval of the draft minutes from the meeting of June 17.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Ms. Kaplan, and by consensus.
Item 6 is modifications to the agenda and procedural items. At this time, I only show Councilmember Brooks, who has requested to address item 7.7 on the consent calendar, and that is the state minimum wage adjustment, and I'll call her once we arrive at the consent calendar.
All right, are there any others who want to register a vote or say they want to speak? Okay. Mr. Gallo will speak on 713. Okay.
And that is on page 5 of the agenda. Again, that's the gambling, the amendment to the ordinance to set forth provisions for gambling. And are there any others?
I see none, and no one's in the queue, so...
And we don't need a motion on there, we just sort of state
and we're going to have the,
Sorry,
proceed
ma'am.
with the order of the agenda.
If I can't speak, I'd like to speak to 7:15.
7:18?
15.
Oh, 15, okay. All right, so we can move to the consent calendar.
And we are now at the consent calendar. Madam Chair, I am showing just a few speakers on the consent calendar. Again, noting Councilmember Brooks wished to address item 7.7, Councilmember Gallo wished to address item 7.13, and Councilmember Gibson McElhaney wished to address item 7.15.
All right, and you said you also had public speakers?
Actually, it appears as though we only have one on the consent calendar.
All right, would you call that person?
John James Moffitt.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. John Moffitt on behalf of EcoATM.
John, can you speak right into the mic?
Am I not speaking into it? There we go.
Now you
We've
are.
been
And-
through this before, haven't we?
And you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to address the council on item 7.15, banning automated purchasing machines. My client is EcoATM. This proposed ordinance is targeted solely at EcoATM and banning our kiosks in the city of Oakland. This is an item that's moved quickly through your agenda, which is concerning because we think a lot of the information that you're relying on is inaccurate. Currently, EcoATM has no kiosks in the city of Oakland. And we have been in discussions with local partners for potentially siting 23 kiosks in here over the coming years. This ban is aimed at not allowing us to do that. That's unfortunate because our data shows that 90% of the money people get from these devices goes right back into the local economy and to local businesses. It's been alleged that cell phones are stolen in Oakland and taken to our kiosks in surrounding areas around Oakland and sold. This is false. We've checked all 5 kiosks in this area over the last year and a half. They've recycled over 16,000 electronic devices. 10 of those were stolen and returned to the customer. None of those were from the city of Oakland. Last We'd like to talk, but equally important, we want to make sure that the council is fully aware that this proposed ordinance if adopted, will be unlawful and is plainly and expressly preempted by California's secondhand dealers laws. We have emailed each of you, the city attorney and the city attorney staff, our legal analysis on this, and we'd like to put it in the record for this evening. If you have any questions on that particular issue, we have our litigation counsel, Sean Welch, here, who's available to answer any questions. I think the bottom line for us is that passing this ban will do nothing to address cell phone theft or crime in the city of Oakland. If anything, what it will do is it will press law-abiding citizens to recycling phones in unsafe locations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And if you would like, if you wanted to leave that for the record, you leave it right there, and the clerk's representative will just come pick it up. You could put it right on the table. Thank you. All right. So, so the three. Okay, Ms. Brooks, would you like to address your item now?
I'm speaking to item 7.7, which is the increase in the minimum wage in the state of California. I just wanted to highlight that issue. It is very difficult. We talk about a lot of the times about how rental prices are going up, about how expensive things are, and even raising the minimum wage to $9 an hour isn't going to be enough for people to live off of. If you look at the job classifications that will be impacted at the city, it is our rec leaders, it is our senior aides, it is our student trainees. These are people who aren't making a lot of money, and somehow when we talk about the minimum wage and increasing it, we act like people are going to get rich. That is not going to happen. People are just going to be able to live and be able to live with a little more dignity. And so I wanted to highlight this because I think it's an important issue. We will have an opportunity in November to speak as a city, but this is a critical issue. And we really do need to look in a real way at what the impact is going to be with respect to our community and making it a playing field for everybody, not just some. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gallo.
Yes, thank you. Item 7.13, it's a gambling ordinance that we're updating, and is to clarify prohibited gambling activities and to delete outdated provisions related to pinball machines. And I just want to publicly thank Greg Miner and Arturo Sanchez for their work in terms of updating it. But at the same time in Oakland, we've had several illegal internet cafe gambling operations that have existed on International and in the Fruitvale area. But recently, the California State Assembly passed an ordinance to ban them altogether in California, and now it's before the State Senate subcommittee on this issue, and with the ultimate goal is to ban internet cafe gambling casinos operations in a city throughout the state of California. And I think it's the right thing to do, it's the best thing to do for not only those of us that enjoy gambling, but also for those of us that live in those neighborhoods. So thank you to the administrative staff for their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. And next is Ms. McElhaney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I wanted to honor the good work that you've done, Councilmember Gallo, on that particular issue and bringing that to the public safety's attention. I'm speaking to item 7.15, which is the ban for automated purchasing machines. The crimes of opportunity are destroying and making very difficult the crimes against our folks, and we've spoken to this extensively in the Public Safety Committee. And while this legislation that we are set to pass tonight and I'm urging your passage of this, is not directed only at EcoATM, but it is really sending a signal throughout this community that we will not continue to allow folks to be victimized without any response. I first learned about these kiosks, which don't demand any personal interaction in order to sell or transact with the cell phones, because our law enforcement officers brought it to my attention about the impact of District 3 crimes. And that set our staff on an inquiry as to what we could do in our community to begin to stop or mitigate these harms. And so we've brought this legislation forward. We don't have them here. We don't want them here. And we also want the community to understand that these crimes around electronics are very, very serious. They talk about not knowing how many have been stolen, but often when people get their cell phones stolen, they don't know the serial numbers. They're not in a place to report them. They go when they replace them. And just as we have supported the kill switch ban at the statewide level, I urge your support tonight to keep our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McElhaney. So with that, we're ready to vote on the consent calendar. We're getting a little reverberation here in our mics.
Yes, and Madam Chair, before we entertain a motion to adopt the consent calendar, we just quickly wanted to make a quick correction to item 7.4. It was brought to our attention that the mayor's appointee, there's just a bit of an error with respect to the name Susan Greenberg Piper. We'll be just striking the name Greenberg so that we're just referring to Ms. Piper as Ms. Susan Piper.
We all know Susan Piper as Sue Piper, but they happen to include her maiden name in here, so okay.
Yeah, so that would be the only additional change that I would ask with respect to adoption of the consent calendar, and of course those changes that were made when items were heard in committee.
All right. Ms. McElhaney, did you want to move the consent calendar?
So yes, so moved.
All right.
Second.
And seconded by Mr. Reed, and by consensus, we adopt the items on the consent calendar with those small amendments.
We now move to item 8. It is an oral report of final decisions made during closed session and disclosure of non-confidential closed session discussion.
President Kernahan and members of the council, the City Council made 3 final decisions in closed session this afternoon. The first was in the claim of Gerald and Christina Gray. The settlement was approved in the amount of $372,222.13. This case arose out of incidents that occurred on July 16, 2013, when city employees performing maintenance on a city sanitary sewer caused a catastrophic sewer flood into the Gray's home, located at 7895 Sterling Avenue. Raw sewage came up to the plumbing and inundated all floors of the Gray's home, causing severe damage and sewage contamination to bathrooms, cabinets and fixtures, kitchen and appliances, bedrooms, laundry room, and garage, and destroying flooring and subflooring, walls, baseboards, air conditioning system, carpeting, furniture, and personal property. There are no previous claims for this location. The settlement pays for the cost of repairs and replacement. A motion was made to approve the settlement by Councilmember Desley Brooks and seconded by Councilmember Lynette Gibson McElhaney. It was approved with 5 ayes of the council. Councilmembers Brooks, Gallo, Gibson McElhaney, Kalb, Kaplan, Schaaf, and President Kernahan, and there was 1 absent Councilmember Reed. The next item was in the case Eloise Chipman versus City of Oakland. The council authorized settlement in the amount of $105,000. This case arose out of incidents that occurred on November 11th, 2011, when Ms. Chipman crossed the street at 30th and Filbert and was injured when she fell into an open storm sewer. The storm sewer's grate was missing, presumably stolen by thieves looking to sell the metal as scrap. Ms. Chipman sustained significant injuries, fracturing an ankle and suffering trauma to her hip, leg, and knee, and requiring surgery. She has lingering pain in her leg, swelling in her foot, and cannot do the same types of physical activities that she used to do. Ms. Chipman's claim is for medical expenses, personal care required after the accident, lost income, and permanent damage to her leg, and pain and suffering. And she has agreed to accept this settlement to cover these settlement costs. The motion to approve was made by Councilmember Lynette Gibson McElhaney. It was seconded by Councilmember Rebecca Kaplan. It was approved by a vote of 6 ayes by Councilmember Brooks, Gallo, Gibson McElhaney, Kalb, Kaplan, and President Kernahan. There was 1 no vote from Councilmember Schaaf and 1 absent Councilmember Reed. The final settlement was approved in the case Peter Dixon versus City of Oakland. Council authorized settlement in the amount of $25,000. The case arose out of incidents that occurred on December 9th, 2011. Plaintiff Peter Dixon was stopped, detained, and handcuffed in West Oakland by Personal Protective Services, a private security officers, a co-defendant in the case, for allegedly engaging in a drug transaction and charging and battering the security officers. Oakland police were called and alleged Mr. Dixon initially yelled profanities and refused to give his name, but eventually provided his name and was driven home by police. Mr. Dixon suffered a wrist fracture during the altercation with security officers and asserts the injury was aggravated by the security officers placing him in handcuffs and Oakland police who did not remove the handcuffs during their questioning. He has stated that no OPD officer physically manhandled or otherwise injured him. Mr. Dixon filed suit against security company and police department, alleging against the police department civil rights violations and detention without cause because police did not adequately investigate the security company's battery claim. The overall settlement proposal is $135,000, which includes a payment of $110,000 from the security company. The settlement attributable to Oakland, which is $25,000, is based on the civil rights claim, not physical injury. A motion was made by Councilmember Larry Reed. It was seconded by Councilmember Rebecca Kaplan, and the item was approved unanimously by 8 votes of the council. And that's it.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to accept that report? Moved by Mr. Call, seconded by Mr. Gallo, and by consensus, accepting the closed session report.
We now move to the public hearings that are scheduled for this evening. We begin with the first public hearing, item 9.1. It is a request to conduct a public hearing and upon conclusion, adoption of an ordinance to amend and reinstate ordinance 13200, adopted November 19, 2013, to revise the local amendments to the 2013 editions of the California Building Standards Codes. And Madam Chair, I'm showing only one speaker. I'm sorry, I stand corrected, 3 speakers.
All right. Can we have the staff report on this item? Thank you. And do we need to open the public hearing before she speaks? Yes.
By call of the public hearing, it is now open.
Okay, good.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Sandercock.
Deborah Sandercock, building official. And
Could you speak right and get right into the mic there?
This always gives me a hard time. I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, but you have to, yeah.
Better?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Deborah Sandercock, building official, deputy director for the Department of Planning and Building. We're here to present some proposed changes to the local amendments to the 2013 California Building Code. We originally came to the council in last November with our proposed local amendments to the building code. Those amendments were approved, but we also agreed to meet with certain stakeholders to discuss some proposed changes to our amendments. And we did that. We met twice with the stakeholders, most of them being design professionals and code professionals. And we came up with these, there's a total of 8 changes. The impetus of the meeting with the design professionals was really focused on the requirements when there's a change of occupancy to an existing building. And primarily the trigger for seismic requirements for seismic retrofits for existing buildings. In the process, we figured since we're coming back to council, we would also do a few cleanup items to the amendments. So I don't know how much time you want me to spend on those, but I probably will focus most of the discussion on the change of occupancy requirements. There was 3 main changes. Yes, do you have a question?
Ms. Sandercock, how much detail are you going to go into? How long do you plan to talk?
Just a couple more minutes.
Oh, okay, good.
I was trying to give you, I know you have a very packed agenda, so I didn't want to take up
okay.
all your time.
Great. Thank
just
you.
kind of give you a brief overview. So the 3 main items when there's a change of occupancy, we had eliminated some discretion for the building official when there's a change of occupancy for requirements that are non-seismic related. We put that discretion back into the code. We also are allowing for the continued use of existing stairs under certain circumstances. And then the third is the requirements for a seismic retrofit when there's a change of occupancy. Our previous amendment required that a seismic retrofit whenever there is a change of occupancy. Our proposed is to go with the code, which is when there's a change of risk category, which is a more significant change to the building, it triggers a seismic retrofit. And also we are proposing to bring in something very similar to what San Francisco's had in place for over 20 years, and that's when you have a change of occupancy and you have an increase in the occupant load of 10% and 100 occupants, that also will trigger a seismic retrofit. It has a reduced design load of 75%, but that will be over and above the minimum code requirement. And that's kind of a small, short summary of what we're proposing.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the speakers?
Certainly. Yu Hei Lee, Sydney Sweeney, and Heidi Tremaine. In any order?
Yes. Oh, yeah, please come on up.
Mayor Kwan, Madam President, and honorable member of the City Council. My name is Yuhei Lee. I am a local architect and an Oakland resident for the last 34 years. I come here today to ask for your support and your approval of the staff recommendation. This particular amendment to the Oakland Municipal Code can go a long way providing clarity to building renovation when occupancy change is required. I also personally believe it would improve building safety because a lot more old buildings would get renovated and seismic upgrade, much more so than leave them vacant right now. Number three, I also believe that it will allow economic development to take place in our city. And in closing, I want to thank Ada Chan from Council Member Kaplan's office. She worked diligently for over a better part of a year and a half. And I also thank for the leadership of our two building and planning director, Director Flynn and Director Sandercock. And I also want to thank East Bay AIA for continuously providing technical expertise throughout this entire process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Hello, I'm here representing the Northern California chapter of the Earthquake Engineering Research Institute. I'm an Oakland resident, actually born and raised, and I also work here in Oakland. ERI is a nonprofit membership institute representing the scientific and engineering communities that are looking to reduce earthquake risk. Beyond the amendments today, our chapter would like to encourage the City of Oakland to develop a long-term comprehensive plan to increase the seismic safety of Oakland and also to increase its earthquake resilience. We particularly encourage Oakland to use the involvement in the Rockefeller's Resilient City Initiative. It's a great honor for the City of Oakland to be one of those cities that were elected and chosen to be one of the Rockefeller Resilient Cities. And seismic safety is a key item in that challenge from the Rockefeller Foundation, and we encourage the City of Oakland to adopt that and think of this long-term comprehensive plan as a part of that program. And finally, as I've told the leadership who's been working hard on this issue for a while, particularly on this amendment, our organization, the Earthquake Engineering Research Institute, will support the leadership working on this topic, and we offer our expertise and partnership.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Sydney Sweeney. I work for the American Institute of Architects, East Bay, AIA, East Bay. I have to figure out how to phrase this. Based on numerous discussions with quite a few architects and the design professionals who've been mentioned already, who are technical experts, I wholeheartedly support this proposal. The architects who were described are, one of them serves on the Building Standards Commission, which is a state agency that actually writes the California building codes, which your codes are based on. Another one is a federal expert on the federal codes, the International Code Council, and he is very knowledgeable about all the seismic requirements and what the ICC is going to be proposing. The third person is also a codes expert who testifies on behalf of California architects and code knowledge at the state of California. And they were all involved in these discussions with Deborah Sandercock and Rachel Flynn. And we are very grateful for the time that they've put into this because it has been painstaking and very thoughtful. And I've been told that this is a very good compromise. So we do encourage this. I do want to share an email that I received today at 3:53 p.m. from an architect, one of our members. He said, he asked about this and he said, the California Building Code would not trigger seismic upgrading, but the amended Oakland Code as it now stands does require the upgrading, making this Oakland project unfeasible. And he was asking me about this topic. So I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that's all our public speakers. So we have Ms. Kaplan in the queue first.
And a motion to close, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Kaplan, seconded by Mr. Gallo to close the public hearing.
Noted.
And I just really want to thank the incredible array of local experts and community members who helped get involved in this issue so that we could advance the goal of having seismic retrofits happen and have our code be clearer and simpler and easier to understand. And so we had an amazing bunch of dedicated people, including Yuhei Lee, Perry Haviland, and Kerwin Lee, the American Institute of Architects, the Earthquake Engineer Research Institute, Tony Valdez, and Kira Williams from Economic Development, and others all contributed to this, to these improvements to this document. And so I really want to appreciate everyone who put their time in, and Ada Chan on my staff who helped coordinate people to make sure everyone was talking to each other. And with that, I would move the item.
All right. Thank you. And seconded by Mr. Gallo. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kolb, I beg your pardon, and also Ms. Schaff's in the queue as well. Go ahead, Mr. Kolb.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question of staff, if Senator Cook could come up. First, I want to say, before I ask my question, I want to appreciate all the work that's been done here, both with the planning and building staff for months now, even before we adopted the previous set of updated codes towards the end of last year. Then there was a lot of work to go over those and to try to decide what's best for our city and our residents. So I appreciate all that work and all the work of some of the stakeholders who have who are impacted by these in a number of ways. I have a question. First of all, I want to just note also that there are 8 proposed modifications to what we adopted several months ago, right? And I to the best of my knowledge, 7 of them should be easy and extremely non-controversial. My only question is about number 5, which you've already started to talk about, and it's just more of a clarification. When we're saying, or when somebody's saying, we're not going to bring some building up to the strongest code that the state requires or would require, and we're going to kind of take a step back to facilitate more buildings being renovated and used. If I say something that's inaccurate, let me know, but let me ask the question anyway. We're not saying that some building is going to be partially retrofitted, are there? Is that possible? If, like, instead of fully retrofitting a building, we could kind of retrofit it in a way where it's better than it was, but not fully so? That's not what we're doing, is it?
No.
Okay.
No.
So that's what I thought. I appreciate that. So what we're doing then is saying some buildings will get retrofitted and therefore be substantially safer, and other buildings, because of the nature of the modifications to that building or the modest type of modifications to that buildings, those would no longer be required to go up to the full top retrofit code. Is that kind of what we're doing?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and I understand, because I understand the reasons why people want to do this, given that, at least in some cases, I'm sure genuinely that doing so, going up to the full code and making it safe, would be cost prohibitive. And I get that. I'm going to abstain on this because I'm not comfortable voting for something that doesn't put safety first, even though I understand this is not like unsafe. I'm not accusing anybody of doing something unsafe per se. It's just not as safe as it could be. So I'm going to abstain on this. I support all the other changes you're making, and I understand the change that you're proposing on number 5, the seismic one. I'm just not comfortable voting for that, so I'm going to abstain on this. But that's all. I'm not going to offer any substitute motion or anything like that. So thank you, though.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Kolb. Next is Councilmember Schaaf.
Yeah, I just wanted to add some appreciations as well. Another part of this change is recognizing and starting to codify something called virtual inspections. And I just want to recognize also good coalition work that was led by the Oakland Builders Alliance in an ad hoc working group that we convened actually prior to your time, Ms. Sandercock, under Ray Durania, and even prior to Rachel Flynn coming. So just really want to appreciate Jeff Hutcher, who has since left the city, as well as Tim Lowe, and really great problem solving from your staff that listened to a lot of the frustrations that people in the contracting world were having and came up with a creative solution like virtual inspections that will better document changes, but also save time and money and create more certainty. And just want to recognize your great staff and their willingness to sit down and be great problem solvers. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that is all the speakers in the queue. Madam Clerk, is it time to call the roll?
And on the motion to introduce the ordinance as it was, to also close the public hearing, Councilmember Brooks. Gaia.
Yes.
Gibson McElhaney.
Yes.
Cobb.
Abstain.
Kaplan.
Yes.
Reed.
Yes.
Schaaf.
Yes.
And Kernahan.
Yes.
And the ordinance is introduced with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 abstain being Cobb. We move now to the second public hearing this evening. It is a request to conduct a public hearing and upon conclusion adoption of an ordinance as recommended by the City Planning Commission amending the Oakland Planning Code to create Chapter 17.131 Reasonable Accommodations Policy and Procedures. I show one speaker on the item.
I'll second.
Actually, not until we hear the speaker. Kindly, I'm sorry, through the chair.
All right, Ms. Parker, you're going to give the brief staff report.
Sure, I'm sorry, I was having a hard time hearing. My name is Alicia Parker. Good evening, council members and members of the public. Tonight we have a reasonable accommodations ordinance proposed. The purpose of the reasonable accommodations ordinance is to provide flexibility in the application of the planning code for individuals with disabilities to eliminate barriers to housing. This will only be applicable to individuals with disabilities, and we're formalizing the process now to comply with federal and state fair housing laws. It is also a requirement of the housing element, and we will not have a housing element adopted until this policy is in place. In terms of what the ordinance includes, there are 2 types of categories for reasonable accommodations. The first category is for more straightforward accommodations requests, for example, a wheelchair in the setbacks, so that would be handled over the counter. Another example would be for the second type of category that we're proposing, which would be something that would be more complex. It would be heard by the planning director, and if there was appeal, it would go to the city administrator. We developed this proposal with our stakeholders that included the Mayor's Commission on Person with Disability. We worked with our Disability Rights of California advocacy organization and our own ADA programs compliance group. So that is an overview of the ordinance.
Thank you so much. We have one public speaker. Let's have the speaker next.
Fred Neeson, or Nyson, if I've said that correctly. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Thomasine Cole. I'm a law clerk for Disability Rights California, and I'm speaking on behalf of attorney Fred Neeson. Disability Rights California is California's federally mandated protection and advocacy system for people with disabilities. Disability Rights California provides free legal services, including technical assistance, training, and direct representation regarding a variety of disability-related issues, including housing discrimination, as well as discrimination by public and private entities. We are pleased with the proposed reasonable accommodation ordinance and delighted that, as drafted, it fully complies with state and federal fair housing laws and state housing element law. The Planning Department has taken the task of drafting a reasonable accommodation ordinance. The Planning Department worked hard with Disability Rights California throughout April to make sure that the ordinance meets the needs of the person with a disability requesting a reasonable accommodation, as well as the city. We support the proposed reasonable accommodation ordinance because it creates a policy requiring planning department staff to assist people with disabilities complete the request for reasonable accommodations form, and uses the broader definition in state law that an impairment must limit instead of substantially limit a major life activity. We appreciate the Planning Department working with Disability Rights California to draft a proposed ordinance that benefits people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No other speakers on this item?
Move approval.
There's a motion. I'll second that. And thank you for coming and speaking in support. You know, we live in the East Bay, which has been historically the heart of the disability rights movement, and so I'm very pleased, not only in general, but as Oakland can be really a leader on this issue, to have the opportunity to make these changes. It looks like nobody else is in the queues. So that motion was to close the public hearing, and now by the same motion to approve the item, let us call the roll.
And on the motion, Councilmember Brooks, Gaia.
Yes.
Gibson, McElhaney. Cobb.
Aye.
Reed.
Aye.
Schaaf. Aye. Council President Kernahan, forgive me for jumping over you. And Pro Tem Kaplan presiding.
Aye.
And the motion is adopted. The ordinance is introduced with a vote of 8 ayes. We move to the third public hearing this evening. It is a request to conduct a public hearing and, upon conclusion, adoption of an ordinance as recommended by the City Planning Commission, amending the Oakland Planning Code to permit emergency shelters by right in limited segments of the following residential, commercial, civic, and industrial zones: residential mixed use, urban residential, neighborhood center, community commercial, Broadway retail frontage district interim, combining zone, medical center, housing and business mix, and the other acronyms before you. I show one speaker on the item.
Okay, let us have the report.
Okay. Once again, Alicia Parker with the Planning Division. The SB2 legislation that you see before you is a mandate by the state of California. All cities must identify a zone or zones where emergency shelters are permitted by right. In addition to permitting, identifying zones where they're permitted by right, the city can identify development standards that would be applicable to those zones, objective development standards. This also includes minor modifications to our transitional and supportive housing definitions. Attachment B to the agenda report includes the map of the 8 proposed segments for the location of emergency shelters. We looked at various criteria and we worked with stakeholders. The stakeholders included shelter operators, social service providers, our own staff from the Housing and Community Development Department, Human Services, ONI, the former redevelopment agency, and the Planning Department. And so that sort of concludes the presentation. I just wanted to be brief.
Okay, why don't we take the speaker and then we'll go to questions from council.
Carol Johnson.
Good evening. I'm Carol Johnson. I'm the director of St. Mary's Center, which provides comprehensive services to low-income seniors as well as a preschool. I'm here simply to support the recommendation of your staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Is there a motion to close the hearing?
Move to close the public hearing.
Okay. And now we have Councilmember Brooks in the queue.
I would, by the same motion, move the item, but I'd like to make sure that map B is the map that's included. It's not in the green sheets, and so I want to make sure the narrative of it is in the green sheets, but not the map itself. And so with the inclusion of the map, I'd move the item.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Did you want staff to just say out loud that that is, in fact,
She said it. I just want to make sure that it's included in the motion.
Yes, attachment B to the agenda report is a map of 8 proposed segments for permitting emergency shelters by right.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. We have a motion, a second. We can call the roll.
And on the motion, with the inclusion that it is clearly stated that it is map B, Councilmember Brooks.
Aye.
Gaia.
Yes.
Gibson, McElhaney.
Yes.
Cobb.
Aye.
Kernahan. Reed.
Aye.
Schaaf.
Aye.
And Kaplan as
Aye.
presiding. And the motion is adopted with a vote of 8 ayes. That concludes your public hearings for this evening. We now move to the balance of the non-consent portion of the agenda. Commencing with item 11, it is an informational report on the Domain Awareness Center Ad Hoc Advisory Committee on Privacy and Data Retention. I'm showing one speaker on the item.
All right, let us have the report.
Good evening, Council. Joe DeVries, City Administrator's Office. The report is fairly simple. On March 4th, you directed staff to come back with an update within 90 days on the creation of an ad hoc advisory committee to develop a privacy and data retention policy for the Domain Awareness Center. We've created the ad hoc committee, approximately 13 members. Actually, since the printing of this report, Derek Bowles was also appointed by Councilmember Reed. The committee is meeting on the second and fourth Thursdays of the month. They're making great progress in framing the core principles that they want to see are included in the policy. In July, they will be merging the framework that the staff had developed with their core principles and hopefully have a final product by September. And I can take any questions.
Thank you very much. Why don't we take the public speaker, and then we'll see if there are any other questions.
Joshua Daniels. Going once. Joshua Daniels.
Okay, I see the speaker is waiving this right to speak. Are there any questions from council members? I have Councilmember Kalb in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. And thank you, Mr. DeVries. Are there any of the advisory committee members here? I'm just curious.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
But they did all know I was delivering the report.
No, I want to just express my appreciation, I think our collective appreciation for the work that they're doing. They're volunteering to help staff and to really vet and come up with a robust set of important policies. And I just realized I have one more appointment to make. I have been offering that appointment to a number of people who don't have the time, so I've been trying to do that. I will still try to fill that one more slot and get that to you soon. And you will be bringing it to the Public Safety Committee or the full council?
The council motion in March was not clear, so it's really at your pleasure. This report was to come back to the full council, which is why I'm here tonight.
Okay. Thank you. And I would just assume that as you present us whatever form you're presenting us the recommended policy, you have to presume that we in the council may request some adjustments to that and tighten it up or whatever. We may amend it even beyond what you come with.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to receive the report?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion to receive the report has passed unanimously. Next item.
Moving to item 12, it is an ordinance as recommended by the City Planning Commission amending the Oakland Planning Code to create the D-BV Broadway Valdez District Commercial Zone regulations and make conforming changes to other planning code sections, as well as adopting zoning and height area maps, and Oakland master fee to establish a parking in lieu fee and open space in lieu fee. I'm sorry, I want to make sure that I was clear on that. I am showing 3 speakers on the item.
Okay, thank you very much. I know we've discussed this before, so you can give it a very brief introduction, then we'll take the speakers.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Elisa Shen with the Planning Department. We recommend that you approve the second reading of the ordinance amending the planning code and the zoning and height maps in the master fee schedule. And the supplemental report just provides information that is a refinement to the zoning regulations that basically implements the City Council's motion from June 17th. And we're available for questions.
Thank you very much. And now we'll have the speakers.
Anthony Federico, Deborah Avery, and Joel Deverote. I'm sorry if I've said that wrong. In any order, please. I'm sorry.
Good evening, I'm Deborah Avery, and I'm the pastor of First Presbyterian Church at 27th and Broadway. This is a great congregation, and we represent the feisty diversity of Oakland, so I'm proud to be here on their behalf. I also live on Harrison Street, and I wasn't able to be at the first reading. We're grateful to know that you're prioritizing development and improvements in our neighborhood, but at the same time, we're really concerned about the dark side of gentrification, and I know you know about this. One thing we're really concerned about is the displacement of renters and homeowners who are in place now. Many of these are new immigrants and are often virtually invisible to those of us who occupy the pulpits and city council seats in this city. But these families and small business owners have brought stability to that neighborhood. There's a sense of family in this neighborhood that often goes unseen, and they will be the hardest hit when the necessary demolition of their homes and businesses begins. I'm not here to ask you to stop the project. I look forward to what will emerge. I'm here because my tradition requires me to stand with what Scripture calls the least of these. I'm here to ask you to take these neighbors into your hearts and hands and tenderly carry them with you. We want to hear that you've made a serious commitment to ensure that providing for affordable housing is a cornerstone of this project. Whether you enact a policy for replacing the demolished housing in our neighborhood, or you provide serious financial allocations in the form of relocation assistance to those whose homes are demolished, you need to do something to make sure that these friends know that you care about them. These are the ones we so often overlook. We will be watching. Thanks for your work.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Anthony Federico with East Bay Housing Organizations. And we in the Better Broadway Coalition have partnered with the city staff to make real a vision for the Broadway Valdez neighborhood, a vision that includes labor policies that will bring quality jobs for Oaklanders, a vision that includes a progressive transportation strategy, green infrastructure to make the neighborhood more walkable and bikeable, and homes we can all afford. Together, community advocates and staff have worked together to realize this vision for a complete community in the Broadway Valdez neighborhood. So I want to thank and congratulate city staff, coalition members, and other community partners for a long and at times challenging but ultimately successful planning process. I should note that it's true we do not see affordable housing requirements or strong anti-displacement strategies in the plan area. And this is unfortunate because it will not provide protections for the neighborhood's current affordability or low-income residents, protections from rapid neighborhood change that will come with investment and development. At the same time, the planning process was successfully used to firm up the city's commitment to affordable housing by setting a date of December 31st, 2014 for the completion of a nexus study, which will justify a new fee on new housing development, which will bring desperately needed resources to help meet the city's growing affordable housing needs. So thanks to your staff for 6 years of hard work and 6 years of listening to the community, and thanks to you for your leadership on affordable housing and community development issues, and we look forward to working together to realize our shared vision for complete, vibrant, diverse, healthy communities across Oakland in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joel DeValcourt. I apologize. It doesn't help my name to not write it legibly. I work for Greenbelt Alliance and have worked in Oakland for many years now, and our organization has also worked here on this campaign for many years along with the Better Broadway Coalition. And we're very excited tonight and want to thank staff, mayor and council members, and everyone who's worked on this in the community as well as around Oakland and the Bay Area, because this is a very exciting plan, and of course, as Anthony had mentioned, it doesn't capture everything, you can't capture everything, but it's a significant move forward. And we encourage the city of Oakland to really look at the implementation of these specific plans as a very, very critical step in the future of Oakland as well as the future of the Bay Area, and that the leadership that you all bring in the development of these plans and moving them forward is a huge step forward for Oakland and a huge step forward for the people of the Bay Area that want to call this their home. And I want to just highlight that, I don't know if you all saw the article in the San Francisco Chronicle this Sunday entitled Oakland's Promise as the Solution to Bay Area's Housing Crunch. And just wanted to pull one quote from that, which I thought was very, very particular to this, which is that, the city must take seriously the opportunity that Oakland represents for its residents and the whole region and craft a clear plan to move forward. And the city's newly created area-specific plans are a great start. So I want to kind of take that spirit, move forward with it, and really say that, the thousands of Greenbelt Alliance members, the members of all these organizations who have worked on this for years, are really looking forward to working with you and making this a special Oakland and one that will be an exemplar in the region for time to come. So thank you very much, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Any further public speakers? All right. Thank you very much. There's a motion and a second, as well as some folks in the queue. Councilmember McElhaney, are you?
Yeah, I was going to move the item and just honor the staff for making those changes again. Looking forward to the development in this area and hopefully a lot of retail capture. We know that we are spending a lot of money outside the city of Oakland, which deprives us of the resources that we so critically need. So hopefully, because we've said it, they will come. So thank you.
Amen. Councilmember Kolb? You're complete. Okay, which means I'm calling on myself next, which is, first of all, I want to thank everyone who's been working on this over the years, some of whom are in the room tonight and some of whom may be watching. I know this has been years in the making and a lot of public expression of concern about everything from making sure local businesses have a chance to be a part of the new business spaces, to preventing displacement of existing residents, to making sure that the new project will increase pedestrian safety and have decent lighting and good transit options. And so there's been a lot of work, including this council at our last meeting, added further protections to take steps forward for affordable housing. And I just wanted to note for staff going forward that Alameda County Measure BB will be containing funding for this project area. And for those of you who may not know it yet, that funding does include anti-displacement provisions. So projects funded by that funding do have to have plans to prevent or mitigate displacement of existing residents, which is something that's just the right thing to do. And in addition to being the right thing to do, doing so will make us eligible for those funds as well. And lastly, that the state's new cap and trade fund guidelines have just come out, and they include significant funding not only for projects on transit corridors, but for affordable housing on transit corridors. So as we look forward to the actual specifics of this project as well as other projects, that's a new state funding source for affordable housing on transit corridors that we can incorporate. So that work will continue, I'm sure. Okay, Madam Mayor, were you intending to be in the queue on this item? All right, you're up.
Yes, thank you. So probably of all the area-specific plans, this had the most people attend, and particularly a lot of the seniors along the corridor and in the 27th Street area. And so I really want to thank them for coming out. This is an area that has both high possibility for retail, but also an area that the community was clear that they wanted to have continued affordable housing. When I released the State of the City, I talked about 10K green along transit corridors like this, and as Ms. Kaplan just referenced, all of us have been fighting in our different bodies, from our lobbying in Sacramento to being on MTC, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, or ACTIA, the Alameda County Transportation Group, and being on ABAG, et cetera, to make sure that housing funds are set aside. But it's clear that as we built a lot of affordable housing in the last 3 years, and we've done other strategies, that it's hard sometimes to see. So I've been working with the housing staff. We're going to be bringing back a report to sort of show collectively all the different actions we're trying to take as a city to slow down displacement, because I use displacement more than gentrification. Some neighborhoods need to look better and be better. So that's different, though, than displacing people. And I think that Oakland's done a better job than some other cities in doing that. But we will still have to do a better job because of the elimination of redevelopment and that funding. So we're going to have to be more creative and more active as we go forward in planning. But this particular area-specific plan, probably this and maybe the next one you'll be voting on, had the most people who have come out for the longest period of time and really been giving us a lot of feedback. So I do want to thank them. And I want to thank Rachel Flynn. If you think about, we've used these couple of years of the recession to do 5 major area-specific plans so that now that the economy is coming back, we can move with more community unity and economic development in the city. And they've done a really good job. And this was probably one of the toughest ones. So I want to thank you. I've seen you at all of the meetings, so thank you.
All right, thank you. So we had a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. The item is approved. Thank you, everybody.
We now go to item 13. It is an ordinance amending ordinance number 13170, which sets forth the council's general purpose fund financial policies to amend the requirements for authorization to use one-time or excess real estate transfer tax revenues for purposes other than established through this ordinance to allow authorization of such uses by resolution approved by a supermajority vote of the council. I am showing no speakers on the item.
All right, do we have a, well, this is the second reading.
Move the second reading.
Yeah. Okay, it's been, are there any you said no speakers?
No speakers.
All right, and I do see, Madam Mayor, did you want to talk about this one too, or was that left over from the last one? Okay, so I see no speakers in the queue. Okay, so I think we can go ahead and just. All in favor of the item? Please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? One abstention, Ms. Brooks. The others are ayes.
Showing 6 ayes, no abstentions. Brooks has an abstention, my apologies, and Kaplan out of her seat. I'll ask her when she returns. We now move to item 14. It is a resolution authorizing the use of one-time revenues and excess real estate transfer tax revenues for purposes other than those denoted in Section C and Section D of Ordinance 13170 as amended. Madam Chair, I show no speakers on this item.
All right, Ms. Schlank, would you like to give the staff report?
Sure. Just a brief presentation. Sarah Schlink with the City Administrator's Budget Office. So this is a resolution pursuant to the ordinance that you just passed that would allow the use of one-time revenues on ongoing expenditures for fiscal year 14-15 specifically. And Exhibit A to the resolution provides the statement of necessity, which in summary is the need to fund negotiated MOUs with unions, some necessary investments in technology, IT, and also restoring programs that were cut during the Great Recession, and additional cultural art programs and reduced risk exposure for the city. And that's my presentation. If you have any questions, staff is available.
All right, do we have any public speakers? No speakers. I have Councilmember Schaaf in the queue. Go ahead.
I recognize that we're under a time crunch to pass the budget tonight, but I am going to vote no on this. I really was worried when we amended this policy that we would just be loosening it too much. And I thought that we were going to really require us to state the necessity, not just put a list of things that are important and that we want to do, but really do a fiscal analysis to demonstrate that there is a need, that we have done the analysis to demonstrate that we can get back into structural balance soon. And I want to recognize that our budget staff has been working extremely hard and that there just probably has not been sufficient time because we're doing this in such a rushed fashion this year. But I can't feel comfortable voting for this tonight because I don't think it adequately makes the case for a necessity. And it doesn't adequately make the case that really demonstrates our seriousness that we are going to get back into structural balance.
I think going forward, if we do this again, this is the kind of thing that should come to committee. So the committee has the opportunity to assist with making the type of statement that we think really does provide the public with that type of assurance. And again, I really do want to recognize just how hard you have worked, and I appreciate that, and I think it's just a accident of there not being enough time this year. But for those reasons, I can't feel comfortable voting for it.
I would actually like to ask somebody to see if Mr. Reed can come back in the room for the vote, because we're going to need him on this. We also have Mr. Gallo in the queue.
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to hear from the city administrator on this item.
We have presented you with recommendations that would begin to restore some badly needed services in the city. I would simply say that, without going through all the specifics, that the cuts that the city made during the recession were draconian, and the city has an opportunity to begin very slowly and very modestly to begin to address some of those issues. I hear, understand, and appreciate fully Councilmember Schaaf's comments, and I think that going forward, we will be in a better position to define, perhaps in greater detail, what constitutes this necessity. But let me say in short, when we cannot adequately mow the grass, when we cannot adequately pick up the illegal dumped material, when we cannot adequately police the streets and provide a modest level of fire safety, when we cannot begin to slowly restore some of the salary reductions that we made in the past, I think the necessity is established.
Thank you. Madam President, I'll move to approve staff's recommendation.
It's been moved by Mr. Gallo and seconded by Ms. McElhaney. I actually am going to delay the vote until Mr. Reed comes back into the room, however. So hopefully that will be... Did he just walk in? No. I'm just going to throw in my 2 cents. I too am concerned, I think as we all are, about using one-time revenues for ongoing expenses. We know that that is not the ideal way to run the city. But as Mr. Gardner says, as we are coming out of the severity of the recession in which we made all those cuts, there is, unless we want to do draconian cuts, we do need to spend some one-time money. And even to make good on our collective bargaining agreements, to make the investments in our IT system. As we know, all our, our email systems, our public safety data systems, we're all falling apart. We are making big investments in that, and also in the IT staff to actually run them. So I think under these circumstances, the fiscal necessity has been shown. And Ms. Schlake, would you like to speak?
I was just going to add something. So not only do we expect the economic growth to continue into the next 2-year cycle, but one of the things that we'll continue to address in the Finance Committee is the definition of the real estate transfer tax, how much is one-time versus ongoing. And that would certainly address part of the one-time money that we're using in this cycle. Going forward, there would be less real estate transfer tax that would be defined as one-time if we look at changing the definition. So,
right. And if we don't pass this, it means we cannot use any one-time money in this budget, in which case we could prepare ourselves to start laying people off and not doing a lot of things. So anyway, I'm going to defer the vote on this one until Mr. Reed's back in the room. So Pardon me?
So if
Because
I
we
could-
we need six votes to pass this item. And it is, Ms. Brooks has indicated she is not going to vote yes. I don't know how else she's going to vote, but, so she was kind enough to let me know that. So that we know that we need to wait for Mr. Reed. So, Madam Clerk, could we go on to the
Which
next?
I believe means we also cannot adopt a budget in the
That is
interim.
correct, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot adopt a budget until we adopt this. So,
So if you want, Madam Chair and members of the body, you have item 16, which speaks to improving public engagement in the budget process. This item, by the way, specifically was requested to be heard in advance of the adoption of the budget, and so perhaps it would be timely to hear that as we wait for our members to return to chambers.
that is a very good idea, Madam Clerk. So, Mr. Brad Johnson, are you going to be presenting on that?
Very quickly, council members, the Finance Committee asked that this item be heard to articulate the need for, per the suggestion of the Budget Advisory Committee, to conduct a professional poll and survey of the Oakland public in advance of the next year's budget cycle to establish spending priorities and assessments of service from that public. The report is included in your packet, explains the Budget Advisory Committee's recommendations on the scale of that poll and survey, and happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We have a number of people in the queue, and do we have public speakers? No public speakers. I see Ms. Schaff in the queue and Ms. Kaplan. Ms. Schaff, and Ms. Kaplan, were you speaking on that either?
Yes, actually, so I really wanted to appreciate the Budget Advisory Committee, and when we heard this item in committee, we did have folks present, and so the request was forwarded to bring this item on the full council agenda rather than just on consent or some way it wouldn't be seen, in order to help highlight to the council the Budget Advisory Committee's urging of us to take significant action to strengthen public input into the budget process, including through a citywide poll and public survey. And so the Budget Advisory Committee had requested that we made sure that everybody saw this report, which is why it's in this section, and that we're aware of their strong recommendation that we expand our public input into the budget process, including through a citywide poll and survey. So just on their behalf, I just wanted to share that comment and appreciate their work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on this one, we are just receiving the report. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Kaplan, seconded by Mr. Gallo, and I believe by consensus to receive the report from the Budget Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Could I, Madam President?
Mr.
Can I just
Call.
ask what the administration intends to do with this report and suggestions over the next several months? Or I guess I'm really suggesting to the administration, can you look at the report and the suggestions and see how they could be incorporated if appropriate, and just kind of not make sure it doesn't get lost? That's all.
Yes, Mr. Johnson. And by the way, Brad Johnson has been doing an amazing job of really staffing the Budget Advisory Committee so they can get the help they need to do effective work. So, and he's the one who's going to have to follow up on it, I believe.
Correct. So yes, we're absolutely looking at the recommendations. We're actually absolutely taking seriously the recommendations to engage with social media, with online contacts, to draw more people into our process, to make it more participatory and inclusive. We, again, as staff, really value the work that they've done and the effort they're putting in, and we look forward to collaborating with them, Budget Advisory Committee, in the future to further refine and improve these recommendations going forward. So, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. So we've had, that's been moved and seconded, and by consensus, we are moving on. Yes, let's go to item 17.
Item 17 is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city administrator to award a construction contract to Gallagher and Burke in accordance with plans and specifications for street rehabilitation at 17th Street. And there are no speakers on this item.
I'll move the item, Madam President.
Second.
And by consensus, that will be the direction on item 17.
Okay.
And why don't we, now that Mr. Reed is back, why don't we go back to item 14? So, Mr. Reed, item 14 is the item where we are changing the policy regarding use of one-time money so that if we do have to use one-time money, as we are in this year's budget, we declare a fiscal necessity, not a fiscal emergency. And so we're going to vote on that now. Is that okay? He's Ms. Brooks is going to speak, wants to speak to this item. Ms. Brooks is going to speak to the item, and then I'll call the question.
I understand the importance of changing the language of not declaring a fiscal emergency because it sends the wrong message to our credit community. And so I understand changing to a fiscal necessity. But I am deeply concerned about this budget, and I have been deeply concerned about this budget. We did not have to pass a budget that spent so much one-time money on ongoing expenses. We had a budget that Mr. Reed, Mr. Gallo, and myself put together that allowed for the increase in some services, that allowed our employees to get back some of the concessions that they had given us. It had started to rebuild the wealth of the city. We did not have to spend every dime that we had the minute we got a dime. And I am deeply concerned that as we continue through this mid-year budget process, that we continue to spend money that we do not have, and we are not putting ourselves in the right financial position. And so for those reasons, I am abstaining on this item, understanding that it's necessary to change the language in this.
All right. All right, so all those in favor of amending the fiscal policy as stated in item 14? Excuse me, I beg your pardon. We already actually amended the standard. We are simply declaring the fiscal necessity in this year's budget. So with that, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those, actually, yeah, this would be, we can do that. Madam City Clerk, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Brooks? Gallo?
Yes.
Gibson McElhaney?
Yes.
Cobb?
Aye.
Kaplan? Reed? Schaff?
No.
Kernahan?
Aye.
Okay. And it passes with 6 ayes, 1 no, Schaff, and 1 abstention.
Right. Okay. Okay, now we'll go to item 15, which is the budget.
Item 15 is to adopt a resolution amending the City of Oakland's fiscal year 2013 through 15 biennial budget, and there are 15 speakers on this item.
All right, and before we go to the speakers, does our budget director want to give a brief report or framework of what we're doing?
I will be very brief, as you know. So we did put in just a couple of minor changes to show the money for the hunger relief program coming out of CDBG. And if that's not available, it would come out of the general purpose fund reserve that's over and above the required amount. And then we had to set aside a little bit of money for the business improvement district assessments on city-owned property. We also included in the packet a fourth and final Q&A, or responses to questions we'd gotten from council and others. And then, as you all probably saw, there were 4 council members who proposed some additional amendments to the budget, the mid-cycle budget, and we did issue a info memo late last night trying to provide a service assessment on those proposed amendments, excuse me. And it was a very quick assessment, so it was the responses are very brief, and we recognize the fact that we'd probably need more research on many of these items that are proposed for funding. And that's my report, and staff is available for additional questions. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you call the...
I'm sorry.
Oh, excuse me, I was going to have the mayor would wish to speak, and then we'll go to the public speakers.
Sorry, I just had one more thing. I
Yes.
apologize. There's one correction that I want to make for the record. On Exhibit 2, which is for non-general purpose fund changes, it is... It is the Measure C fund. Which is on page 6 of 8, section U. There is line U6 refers to an allocation for the Children's Fairyland. That was a typo. It should say Oakland Museum per the voter-approved allocation of the Measure C funds. So that will be corrected in the exhibits, the final exhibits that are filed with the clerk.
Okay, thank you.
So if I may just make a few comments. So I was laughing this morning at the Chronicles headline in terms of it describing it sort of as us having the good problem of having some excess revenue at the end of the year. We are still coming out of the recession, and people remember that we lost about 1,000 employees. We've maybe restored about 400 over the last few years, but the city services are still pretty hard hit. We have almost no middle management, and people burn out when that happens. So we've been slowly trying to rebuild, reorganize, and Henry often reminds me, that we have to sort of right fit the organization for the growth at different times. And of the $29 million, I wanted to point out that some of it is definitely economic growth, 2 to 3 million. A lot of it is increased real estate transfer tax because we're starting to boom again and people beginning to build again, people buying real estate. We just sold the Sears building. The Oak Knoll project was sold, and we'll probably have excess real estate transfer tax for a few more years. It's a boom period that Fred Blackwell talked about. This is this period, and we should use it well. And I think it is fair to try to balance investments in the future versus our reserves. Because if we don't invest in the future, it's hard to grow the economy. I was reading in The Economist a study about the European countries that just cut, versus those that borrowed some money and grew their economy. And the ones that borrowed the money and grew their economy are doing better than the ones that just cut. And so I think we're in a similar situation. But I also want to point out that a lot of the savings was also from us coming in under budget on some issues, and some of it was just fund balance that we're able to carry over. So it's not like we're spending everything and that we're not making the city more efficient also. $16 million is the fund balance. $7 million is from projected savings, we spent less money than we projected we were going to spend. And there's a net growth of about $9 to $10 million of just growth in the economy. So it's a balance of different things. And so overall, that's a good sign. I mean, we had a period when we had no, he's like saying yes, when the time all we were doing is cutting and shrinking the organization. Now we can grow the organization, but we have to grow it in a very balanced way. Now, so how are we using it? When we were trying to add this up and put it in categories for you, we are using about a little less than 2/3 of this on some ongoing expenses. We knew that when we settled the contract with our workers last year that for a few years we'd be using one-time money because our economy hadn't grown that much back, but that we also knew that we'd probably have it, and that I'm hoping that the percentage of that one-time money shrinks every year on the way out. We're also making some pretty critical investments in IT, our technology. The city is decades behind in some areas. There's critical police and other emergency equipment. We just opened our 911 center. That should make a lot less stress for our 911 workers and therefore make the city safer long run. We are using also about $13 million one-time monies for one-time expenditures. So that includes the new police academies, that includes match to the COPS grant that we're expecting to get, that includes ShotSpotter and other critical safety issues that the council wanted. We're also, we had to reconcile Kids First, our after-school programs. We matched the growing gap in Head Start, and that's been a long-term commitment. And we put aside a reserve for the libraries, and we've been talking a lot about reserves. So this is not money that we're spending, but we're putting in a reserve. There will be some discussion about whether we put the rest of the reserve. And so if we're worried about spending money, you've got to be consistent. Then you should put more money in the reserve and not spend more money. We have more things that people are introducing tonight to spend. So people could put all the money in the reserve, or more money in the reserve as I originally had recommended, and whether it's in the general fund reserve. Originally I recommended 1% there, but we moved $500,000 to put in the library reserve, or whether it's in the rainy day fund reserve. At least it's in the reserve. It's money that we are not spending, but we're putting in reserve, and that's good fiscal policy. Lastly, I would just say that overall, I think that the city's in much better shape than it was 3 years ago. The fact that we're adding back to reserves, the fact that we're making some critical investments to continue to either make the city safer or to grow our economy, I think are absolutely necessary. So I want to thank everyone for their collaboration and for the input. We tried to integrate some recommendations that the council members made in the final proposal, and I know that there are new ones in front of us today, and the staff, I think, has done a good job explaining what they cost and if you want to add them. Thank you.
Madam President, if I might.
Yes, Mr. City Administrator.
A thought just occurred to me, Madam President and members of the council. I would commend to you the Standard & Poor's article on the city's management of its fiscal affairs. You could not have expected a more glowing report, and that is an objective one.
And could you tell us more about that and where to find it and when it was issued? Okay. All right, so we have a number of public speakers. Madam Clerk, would you call them?
Catherine Sternbeck, Ruby Bernstein, Jennifer Waski, Francisco Batista, Vicente Soto, Hugo Guerrero, Tufam, Armando Romero, Susan Piper, Andy Nelson, Xavier Sabaja, Victoria Barbero, Ben Blake, Randy Voorhees, and David Bolaños.
All right, so you all may come up in any order, and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Good evening. I'm ceding my minute to my fellow Commissioner Ruby Bernstein. Catherine Sturbins.
Thank you.
Good evening. It's nice to be with you again.
Could you try to pull the mic down so we hear you well?
I'm Ruby Bernstein. I'm a member of the Library Advisory Commission. I've served on that body for 3 very interesting educational years. As you may know, however, last year, 10,000 Oakland Unified School District students attended schools where their library was closed. These are the findings of the Friends of the Oakland Public School Libraries, whose volunteers have been working for several years to refurbish elementary school libraries. Unfortunately, already some of the libraries that they have improved have been shuttered because the OUSD cannot afford a professionally trained librarian in every library serviced. Like you, Mayor Kwan and City Council members, FOPSL believes libraries are fundamental to a quality education system and to improve literacy in the district where less than 40% of our third graders are reading at grade level. The Hill schools all hire professional staff in their libraries, supported by the PTA. Many of our low-income English language learners, Latino and African American students, go without. Just imagine what an added catastrophe will occur for young readers in 2015 if the Oakland Public Library is required to close 6 to 8 of its branches where summer reading programs flourish currently. So we thank you, Mayor Kwan and Councilman Cobb, for hopefully voting tonight to approve $500,000 reserves for the library. And we urge you to look ahead to keep the OPL well-funded so we will not have to do a disservice to Oakland's children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bernstein.
Mayor Kwan, Madam President, and City Council members, I am Victoria Barbero, also from the Library Advisory Commission, and I just want to project a picture for you. At Lakeview Library on Wednesday mornings, if you'll go, you will see 75 to 150 little carts with little people in them, and they're all coming to Lakeview for story time. And this happens every week. And we're hoping that this is going to be able to continue. Not only is the library a service for the adults, helping people find jobs, helping with literacy, helping with computer access for adults and teenagers, but the little ones need us too. And as science has been telling us recently, people need to be read, talked to, and sung to from a very early age. And the library is providing a lot of these important services that they don't get anywhere else. I'd like to thank also the council for considering spending or reserving $500,000 to add to our Measure Q reserves. This is a strong first step to helping us fill that gap of $2.5 to $3.5 million that is forecast for 2015. If this isn't addressed, we are going to have to close 6 to 8 branches next year. I'm hoping that you'll work with us to figure out a way that that will not happen and to help us find some stable funding in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbero. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Waski. I'm a 4th grade public school teacher and a regular library patron. And I want to use a quote attributed to Cicero that says, "A room without books is like a body without a soul." Likewise, a city without libraries that are accessible and vibrant makes it much harder for a city to keep a vibrant soul. My voice is one of many other voices supporting the Oakland Public Libraries. I would like my city council, or like to thank my city council for considering adding the $500,000 increase to Measure Q reserve. It's a strong first step in filling the $2.5 to $3.5 million future budget gap. There are not many public places one can go and find what libraries offer, and I would actually say that there are no other places that are available. A library is a place that truly attends to the good of the people. Yes, it is a place that you can check out a book, and it is also so much more than a place to check out a book. I heard a lot of positive words about education today, and it made me think about how much libraries are tied to education. It is a teaching place for everyone in the community. I urge you to look to the future and find ideas, strategies, and ways we can fully fund the libraries and create stable funding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Good evening. My name is Randy Voorhees, and I've been an Oakland resident for 36 years. I'm a literacy volunteer in Oakland. I do GED tutoring at Next Step Learning Center. I'm a story reader for the Oakland Public Library Outreach Program. and I'm a member of Friends of the Oakland Public School Libraries and do volunteer work in East Oakland schools. I was delighted that Antoine Wilson was here tonight, so I had a minute to lobby him as well. But tonight, I'm actually here on behalf of a friend. I saw her today, told her I was coming to this meeting, and she asked me to thank the Council for Support of Libraries and to speak on her behalf. Her name is Marie Reilly, and she's a longtime resident of Oakland with her husband, Dan Altimus. And she was a practicing attorney at a major law firm in San Francisco until 15 years ago when she suffered a brain tumor. And she is somebody who all her life loved books and read every day. And this is what she wanted me to share with you. Marie can no longer work. She can no longer walk. She can no longer read. What she can do and loves to do is listen to audiobooks. What she wants to do is listen to quality literature, both fiction and nonfiction, read by professional readers. Oakland Public Library has made this possible for her through their collection of books on CD. Today, when I visited with her, we figured out that Marie has probably borrowed and listened to over 2,000 audiobooks, borrowed from Oakland Public and from Berkeley Public because Oakland Public has reciprocity. She thanks and supports Oakland Public Library for providing services to people with disabilities. Rebecca Kaplan mentioned earlier this evening that Oakland has been a leader in providing access for people with disabilities. Oakland Public Library has also been such a leader in providing access and services. And I know that people can speak about the children and about all, this library does wonderful things. During the summer they provide lunch for children who aren't getting it at school. They're wonderful, wonderful things. I think sometimes we forget about people with disabilities and the kinds of services that the Oakland Public Library provides for them. They have extended loan. I can go online and line up all kinds of books, audiobooks for Marie, pick them up at my local branch that I can walk to, and I'm her local bookmobile. But it's possible because of the Oakland Public Library. And so I really hope that you will fully fund the libraries with the $500,000 and in the future with supporting Measure Q and fully funding it. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
David Bolaños with the Library Advisory Commission and the Amigos of Cesar Chavez branch. In Fruitvale, there are many people who have limited English and who are here without proper papers. The Chavez branch is one of the few places where they can feel comfortable with the language and where they have face-to-face contact with government employees who are not hassling them or who are not giving them a hard time. We thank you for the $500,000 that Councilmember Kalb has brought our way, but it's a long way from the $3 million we need. And if we have to cut or close branches, it's very difficult to reopen them. Think of the Miller Avenue branch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolaños.
Good evening, Andy Nelson. For the record, I think I'm the oldest father of a first grader in the Oakland Unified School District, and my daughter and I love our library. So, I'm here tonight, though, on a different matter. I want to ask you guys to take the $1 million that you have before you for the BRT and use that money for a forgivable loan program for businesses that are going to be impacted by the BRT. BRT is overall a great project, but there's unavoidably going to be some impacts, particularly as we move or remove 500 parking spaces, as we reduce 2 lanes to 1 lane. Businesses that are particularly dependent on truck, highly dependent on truck and auto access are unavoidably going to be challenged. And so I do want to take a moment to talk about actually what we're proposing as a program. We've been talking to staff about it. We're asking for a program that will require businesses to show an impact at the BRT, would require businesses to have a plan to address that impact, and would stay in Oakland for 5 years in order to meet the terms of forgivability. So it's not a giveaway program. It's not a program. It's a program that's based on a lot of miles of other transit programs around the country. I want to say that what's currently on the table from staff is $2.5 million, by the way, from AC Transit, $2.5 million for consultants, and that money comes from AC Transit, and $1 million from CDBG for assistance to businesses. $2.5 million for consultants, $1 million for the actual businesses. That's out of proportion. I also want to point out this is not just an AC Transit project. I mean, if you guys can get more out of AC Transit, God bless you. But I do want to say that the city is highly invested in this project, you know, Mayor Kwan has told us that she's going to find money from other sources for this. I look forward to that. But I think if we're going to other agencies, I think we're going to have to be able to show them that the city of Oakland is participating in a way that's commensurate with their involvement in this project. I don't think the current $1 million in CDBG is commensurate with the city's involvement in this project. So again, please use this $1 million fund to fund a forgivable loan program for businesses impacted by the BRT. Thank you. Do it for the libraries too.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Hi, I'm Sue Piper, president of the Keep Oakland Fire Safe, which is the committee that ran the campaign for the renewal of the Wildfire Prevention District, but I'm also chair of Oakland Fire Safe Council, and now, thanks to you, a member of the Wildfire Prevention Advisory Board. But I attended those meetings for the last 10 years, and this is the first time, I think, in that 10-year history that the Wildfire Prevention District Advisory Board has come to you to ask for something very specific, and that is the need for full-time fire inspectors. In 2011, or prior to 2011, we had we had 2 managers and 5 full-time inspectors. And today we only have the 2 managers and 3 part-time inspectors to inspect 26,000 properties in the city of Oakland. It's a problem. You know, if you've lived here, you know how hard it is to understand the idiosyncrasies of our hillsides. They have to know property lines. They have to know who is the habitual non-compliant property owner. And it's very, very important. It's hard to do that when you have people who only work 1,000 hours a year. And even though we try to manage that time so that they're here throughout the fire season, many of them are looking for full-time jobs and they leave, and then we have to start all over again. The work of the Fire Prevention Bureau is full-time work. And so I'm here tonight to advocate and support Dan Calva's proposal to add at least 1 full-time fire inspector with the additional funds that you have. It's really critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Piper. And I think that is all right, that was all the public speakers who signed up to speak on the budget. So now we will go to council member comments, and first we have Ms. Kaplan.
All right, then. Thank you so much, everybody who's been a part of this really important discussion, and I really want to thank all the committed library advocates who've spoken up. We clearly have before us the set-aside for the library reserve. I think you've heard before. I support it. I think I certainly think there's adequate support, though I can't speak for all my colleagues. But I think it's incredibly important that we prevent future cuts to the libraries. They really are a lifeline, and for people who are unemployed, all the more so, they're a lifeline, as well as all the other reasons, including ensuring everything in our system is accessible for people with disabilities as well. So I'm glad that that's moving forward. And I want to, yeah, save our libraries. I wanted to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Gallo, Kalb, and Schaaf. We have a proposal before you, which I'm sure that they will wish to speak to as well, I imagine. But I just wanted to make clear a couple of items on which it appeared that staff maybe had some questions in terms of specific things to clarify intention. First, on the lawnmower. Now, I know it seems that we shouldn't have to have council meetings to talk about why the Parks and Rec Department needs a lawnmower, because the Parks and Rec Department has responsibility for our playing fields And when the kids come out to play soccer or Little League baseball and the lawn hasn't been mown and they can't play, they call the Parks Department to complain about it. And I got so many of these complaints that I started digging into this and found out that the Parks and Rec Department does not have a lawnmower. And they have to call Public Works and say, can you come mow the lawn? And Public Works doesn't report to the Parks Department and has other things they're also doing. And so when the Parks and Rec Department is responsible for having certain playing fields ready on certain days for certain games, it seems to me they need to have their own lawnmower. Now, the Parks and Rec Department put together a memo on ways to improve this in a variety of ways, and I want to say that what's in front of us tonight is a compromise to give them the $50,000 to buy the equipment to use within existing staffing levels. They did further request an additional staff position, and I want to say that I do think we should continue to look to add that staff position in the future so that they can have more personnel who can do the lawn mowing. But they did state that if they had the equipment that within existing personnel, at least it would be an improvement, it would be a step in the right direction, and then we can look again when we come back next time to further adding staff. So this $50,000 is not the entirety of what they'd said would be ideal, but it was the first step to give them the equipment that they can use within their existing personnel staffing budget so that the Parks and Rec Department will have the ability to mow the playing fields in an improved way. So that's before us. And my intention is that that funding stay within Parks and Rec and that we can come back and consider whether to add additional funds as well. Secondly, we have a line item for a grant match for a fireboat. And I want to say we have been needing a fireboat for years and years and years, and the fireboat will provide extra fire services in one of the fastest growing parts of Oakland, where there have been a huge number of new units either permitted or already in construction or about to be in construction. And so to have all these extra units have no fire coverage on the far side of train tracks, which are often blocked, is dangerous. And of course, a fireboat, which also has water access, can benefit us in multiple ways, and that fire station can help pump water back up into the system should we need it in the event that the water mains are out. And so this line is actually not the entire cost of the fireboat, because the fire chief assures me she's well on her way to getting a grant for the rest of those costs. So this is the grant match and a message that, yes, we do want the fireboat. Thank you.
So, Ms. Kaplan, that was the 4-minute timer with our new rule. But I also, are you the person who is presenting this budget proposal that's in the packet? I mean, do you want to finish presenting it, or maybe one of your other colleagues could carry on? Okay. So I'm going to, actually, Ms. McElhaney's next in the queue, but I think I'm going to call on one of the other people who proposed this thing so you can finish putting it on the floor.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to wait. I have several questions and clarifications. So if we're still in presentation, I'll wait until we go through a round of inquiry.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Kalb, would you like to continue presenting this proposal?
Okay. Actually, what I want to comment on with a few things dealing with the budget. I just wanted to first make a comment on how this proposal overall, that was in the mayor's original proposal here, we got a month and a half ago, does add substantial more money for police academies and our police force, and that really is one of the most important things we're doing, because we're all in agreement on that, and that was there, it's been there for over a month now. We're not really kind of debating or talking about it, but we should make sure the public realizes that is what we're doing, and that's a big chunk of the new money we got is going for the police academies and our police force, and that is very important. So I want to comment on it, just mention that. I'm thrilled that that we are all seem to be in agreement, and that the mayor put in the money I requested for the $500,000 library reserve. Like we heard today, that's a down payment on our challenge next year, but I'm glad we're doing that. I'm also glad that we're identifying $35,000 for the hunger program that had not allocated as much money for that this past year through community development block grants, and that will likely come from surplus money from the CBDG fund, so that's great. I'm also very thrilled in what you see here, and I know Ms. Schaff will talk more about this, the $2 million or so for the stabilization reserve, so I'm glad we're doing that, and I know Ms. Schaff will talk more about that, and I thank her for putting that forward. The BRT portion that you see, $1 million, I know Councilmember Gallo will talk more about that, but that is very important to make sure that that project is fully funded to the extent that it can be in terms of making the International and 14th look as and be as wonderful as it could be, to show the success of the BRT project and to help revitalize essentially some parts of that very long corridor. I want to talk about, maybe I'll do this on the next round, I wanted to talk about the fire inspector position, and I'll do that on the next round of discussion. We do have money in here, which I know others will want to talk about, that we're asking for $200,000 for a disparity study. I know Councilmember Kaplan will want to talk about more about that. A public engagement survey, a little under $50,000 for that, which came from, and this is Councilmember Schaff thought about this, which came from a recommendation from our Budget Advisory Committee and our council from last year. That's what we're talking about in this, I guess, amended proposal, if you will, or set of amendments that we came up with last week. I mostly want to just thank the staff for the tremendous work, the Mayor's office and the budget staff, for the tremendous work that they've been doing over the past several months, or at least few months, in putting this together, crunching numbers, responding to all our many, many questions that we and the council have had, good questions, I think, and answering those questions to the extent they could, and finding the money that that we have been asking you to find. I do want to talk about the fire inspector position, but maybe what you should do is we can kind of continue the conversation and have others come around, and my next turn to talk will be about that fire inspector position.
About the fire inspector, you say?
Yeah. So when it comes back to me, I'll talk about that.
All right. Ms. McElhaney, did you want to talk now, or have Mr. Gallo say his piece? Mr. Gallo, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. Thank you. And again, I will also, thank the staff for their cooperation in providing information, and as well as my colleagues on the council for their willingness to entertain discussion, debate, and so forth. City Administrator, I second your comments. I think that really, for me, the additions or changes really deal with in terms of a clean, safe city. And I think all of us talk about safety and want to make safety a priority. And I think that this one clearly spells out those actions. And when it comes to a clean city effort, I think when we're making reference or enhancing our illegal dumping, our blight, our potholes that we have, and I think all of us, whether you live on a neighborhood street or on a main street, they're there, right? And also there's a discussion about International Boulevard. International Boulevard, for anyone that has lived in Oakland, has clearly seen the difference from years ago to where it is today, from East Oakland all the way to Lake Merritt. There's no doubt in any mind that's near that corridor, that travels it, that sees it, that has their eyes open, that has changed dramatically. So for me, considering the fact that AC Transit is making a major investment for the future, to grow business, to grow our families, to allow transportation to enhance, because the future is going to be a lot different in terms of how you get from one place to another, not just for school, but also how do you get there to shop. Other cities are already way ahead of us, so I support that investment that AC Transit is making, but at the same time, this city has a responsibility to dealing with the sidewalks, making the business improvement, so we can attract other businesses to employ our youngsters, to be able to enhance the professionalism, the presentation on how we can continue to grow Oakland, so that the $1 million that you see here today is to really deal with the safety, fixing the sidewalks, whether it's the lighting, whether the trees that definitely need pruning, and most of all, be able to have a commonality in presentation in the business corridor, so you don't have all kinds of signs, graffiti hanging all over the place, where you lose customers that way. And so for me, that it's an exciting time to be able to join AC Transit, and as a city invest in that corridor because it's been neglected for years. And so from East Oakland down to the lake, the improvement is greatly needed. And I truly believe, because that area used to be the number one tax generation corridor in the city of Oakland years ago. And I think we can get back to that level and to be able to attract the businesses and the families to shop and live in that area. So I support the effort that's being presented, and I will support the staff's recommendation on when it comes to this budget presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. Now I'm going to call on Ms. Gibson-McElhaney, and then followed by myself, and then on to other people.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to appreciate and value all the work that the staff and my colleagues have put into the mid-year budget cycle. I also want to call out some things that I really like about the proposals that are in front of us, and one of the things that we haven't spoken to is how we continue to invest in our little ones. That Head Start investment is really critically important to me, and that we continue to shore up our Head Start, because we know it begins in the beginning. I do have a couple of questions about the proposal from my colleagues, just for clarification's sake, and hoping to make sure that I can follow it. Item E13 is the disparity study, and it's my understanding that the amount here that's requested of $200,000 isn't sufficient to complete the study. The study is critically important to further our efforts at strengthening our entire community and making sure that there's an equal opportunity for contracting with the city, and to look at that. So if the administration can speak to this and whether or not there are matching funds, or how is it? The second question that I have about the disparity study, is that overseen within the administrator's office, or is that overseen by one of the departments, like in economic development? Again, with the study, as we did with the Nexus study, would like to see some parameters about when we believe that we could actually get it done and when it would be completed.
So that's a request to staff to address Ms. McElhaney's questions. Is Debbie Barnes, would you like to come up? Or Mr. Gardner?
I'm sorry, I was waiting for everybody to make their comments, because several of them have made comments that I was going to come back and respond to.
Well, I think, okay, but she has a direct question that she would like.
Sure.
Yeah.
Madam President, and members of the Council, the disparity study is overdue. We've missed 2 cycles, and it's called for in the charter. There is not, in my opinion, an option to do it. We have to do it. We believe that the $200,000 is not going to be sufficient. However, I have to quickly add, however, we think that there are some things that we can do internally in terms of pulling a lot of the data together that would reduce the cost. Okay. We will have to hire an outside consultant to do some of this work. But the staff believes, and I think they're right, we're in a much better shape in terms of providing a lot of the data that the consultant would need, and Ms. Barnes' department, particularly with respect to outside contracting. We have good information, I think, internally with respect to our own hiring. The real challenge will come for the outside contracting. So this may not be the end, and I will tell you now, this amount of funding may be inadequate. It was last done 10 years ago, and it was $500,000 then. So just want to say, 1, we have to do it. 2, we're committed to doing it. 3, we think that there's some ways we can bring down the cost, but we might be back.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Gardner. The second question that I have is with respect to the lawn mowing equipment. We just received a memo from the director of OPR, and if I'm to understand this, and maybe we can speak to this, that the amount that's in the proposal for $50,000, the administration issued a memo suggesting that that $50,000 could be better spent on overtime costs, but we have a proposal from OPR, I guess, suggesting that we would actually need $205,000 in order to meet the need. Someone can clarify for me the various proposals that are in front of us.
I think that Ms. Audrey Jones-Taylor is here and can speak to it, and if she is, while she's coming up. Let me just say that you may recall that the maintenance function in Parks and Recreation was restructured some time ago. And so the maintenance now is in the Office of Public Works.
Yes.
And Ms. Jones-Taylor told me that while she's willing to do many things to help the city, she's not willing to push this lawnmower. So she can come and address it.
So, and at this juncture, I also want to say, so this was passed out by council staff, but actually, we need to make a finding under the Sunshine Ordinance. Normally, staff cannot hand out supplemental memos
I
on the
handed
dais.
that out. I handed that out, and council members are allowed to hand out things on the
Yeah, I know, but it's actually from the staff. It's not. Okay, so Madam City Attorney, you want to clarify, or we could make a finding that it was an urgency finding, that the staff didn't have time to present this because they only found out about your proposal several days ago. Madam City Attorney, would you like to?
Yes, you could do that. I mean, it also could, had there been a cover memo from the council member making it clear that she decided to hand this out as her own information provided by staff, that would be sufficient too.
With that, let's go ahead. Ms. Jones-Taylor?
I'm sorry. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Well, a memo has been submitted from you regarding this mowing project, and it appears that, well, and that the council members had proposed spending a total of $50,000 on lawn mowing equipment, and then you have a memo here that seems to be saying to really do this job, it's going to take $205,000, mostly for labor. So did you want to, just tell us what it is you want to say on the topic?
So, Audrey Jones-Taylor, Director for the City of Oakland Parks and Recreation. I really don't want to mow lawns, but so the $50,000, although I believe that gesture is great, as you all know that we've had several problems and concerns regarding some of the ball fields being mowed, but we cannot mow the ball fields without adequate support in regards to staffing as well as trailers and all the other things that goes along with it. And even if in fact we're able to get this at the $205,000, we would need at least one additional classification, a garden crew leader that is certified to be able to mow the ball fields. And even on that, we would only be doing 5 ball fields. You know, the ball fields require a lot of work. The supervisors, the garden crew leaders that have the classification to be able to do so, we only have one within Oakland Parks and Recreation at this particular time. I believe if in fact we are successful in being able to get Public Works what they need in terms of being able to mow with their equipment and staffing, that we should not continue to have the problems that we've had in the past as it relates to the ball fields and other parks being mowed. But even with the $50,000, I certainly appreciate that, but I cannot do a whole lot with it as it relates to actually being able to mow the ball fields.
All right, so I'll return to Ms. McElhaney as the floor. Yeah.
Yes. So, Director Jones-Taylor, thank you for your appearance tonight. Do we have an assessment of, is it 205 that would be needed by Public Works in order to do this as well, or is there a lower number that we could assign to PW? Maybe it's not you, but maybe Director Levin could answer the question as to what would it take to give PW the capacity to adequately maintain the fields?
I think Brooke would have to address that question, and I think it also would have to depend on what is the amount of time that it's going to take. You know, I mean, are we going to be able to get it mowed for 3 weeks or down to the week or 2 weeks? So Brooke Levin would have to address that question in terms of what it would take.
I believe she's standing behind you. Is that true? I think I see her shirt.
President Kernahan, members of the council, Brooke Levin, Public Works. So 2 things. One, in the response to the motion that the council members, the 4 council members put together, we did provide to the council what $50,000 could be spent on. We're recommending it would be spent on overtime for the priority field locations that the Director of Parks and Recreation would prioritize for us. and we would use that money to spend on overtime to extend our existing staff to meet those priorities, and try to get a handle on a better mowing cycle, better than 3 weeks. The 3-week mowing cycle was put in place in 2008 when we had over 50% reduction in park maintenance staffing. So it's not something we're just choosing to do, but it is something that happened along with all the other reductions in park maintenance staffing. So,
Director
we
Levin.
would like to meet a higher expectation, and that is the most economical way that we can do it with the $50,000, since it is one-time money.
And is it your assertion that the $50,000 would allow for you to do weekly or biweekly, or would it be on call, or?
Well, we would sit down with the Parks and Recreation team and try to prioritize the fields. And this, I think it could be very beneficial because it's really, during the winter months, the growing season is a lot slower than it is during the spring and summer when it's warmer. And so I think that we would do our best to see how this works. I don't have a guarantee. I do have my staff here who actually oversee this detail, but we would try to see how much we can get out of it. We only have a limited number of staff that do this activity, but we would do our best.
Well, stay at the mic, because my third question, and it's weird, we can't see the clock. But my third question in this round would be, with respect to the proposal from, with respect to the Worst Streets Fund at $900,000, I know that we have a capital projects prioritization piece, and can you opine on how this money, which I guess roughly equates to about 112 per council district, and I guess at large would have discretion, how that would be implemented? Is it a way in which Public Works could actually meet the criteria for the worst streets, or is there another way in which we could prioritize or reprioritize what's in the capital improvement budget to work with the council offices to prioritize what's in your existing budget?
Sure, and I want to give you a two-part answer on that. First of all, we would work with the council offices, just as we do now, with the 20% of the capital budget for resurfacing contracts to identify the locations within each of the districts that you'd want to spend that money on. And depending on how worse it is, that money will go further or shorter in terms of distance. We are in the process of putting together the new 5-year paving plan, which we will be bringing to council this fall, and then we'll also bring forward a recommendation on how to go forward with an appropriation, a split. Right now it's at 80-20. 80% goes to streets identified by the standards that Public Works and the industry uses, and 20% are the worst streets that the council members each give us input on. So we'll be bringing that recommendation forward in the fall. This money, we would work with each council district and identify locations to see how we could stretch those limited funds.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Levin. We're at time. So I want to come back and just affirm my support for the BRT recommendation, but I have some follow-up questions with respect to that and also for the professional engagement piece. So when we go back around to the second round, I have a few more comments. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Kaplan, why don't you finish up your presentation of this?
Thank you very much. So, and I appreciate the discussion about the lawn mowing, and really it's unfortunate that it's this complicated. The problem, as I see it, is that the department that has the direct public accountability for it hasn't had the authority over it. And frankly, I would rather have, as I told my 3 colleagues, given $200,000 to this. But as we haggled over the budget, we landed at $50,000, and so I'm respecting that. And so if staff collectively would rather use that $50,000 on overtime with existing staff to expand lawn mowing capacity rather than more equipment, I think that's fine. I think the question that wasn't resolved until we started shedding light on it is, how does the Parks Department have direct input into which fields need mowing? Because it's different to mow just the general lawn in a general park once every 3 weeks versus a playing field where you can't actually kick the soccer ball down the field, or you can't play Little League if it hasn't been mowed. So I think it's okay if we don't specify tonight the exact way this money will be used, so long as it's been made clear that the Parks Department is to have input into how it's used in order to ensure that the playing fields get mowed, which is a different question from just mowing general open space. So I think if that's clear, I certainly don't feel like I need to say whether they do it on overtime versus a different method. In terms of other things that I just wanted to point out in the budget, there was a question about the disparity study. Again, the disparity study is a charter requirement. By the way, it's Section 808B of the charter. We have a legal obligation to conduct a disparity study. So the council members coming up with budget amendments should not even have had to add this. This should have been in the baseline because it's a legal requirement. And so I would hope the administration will be looking for any additional funds beyond this allocation to complete it, because it should have been in the baseline budget. It's a legal obligation of the City of Oakland. And I just want to add why it's important beyond just being a legal obligation. There is a history, not only in Oakland, but there is a history throughout the country of disparity in terms of race and gender, in terms of who gets public contracts, that minority-owned and women-owned businesses are underrepresented in public contracts. And so these types of disparity studies are needed both to identify the scope of the problem and to authorize action to remediate those problems, which is really important because we talk a lot about how everyone in Oakland is going to have a chance to have a part in the success going forward, and making sure we're remedying disparity in contracts is a significant part of how we do that. So that's why the money for that. And then, in addition, we're talking about some new blight crews to really clean up our streets. And I know we got this memo back, new blight work to really clean up our streets. And I know staff sent back a memo saying they're not entirely sure how they would implement it all yet. But this, in the budget action, we're not giving implementation specifics. We're saying it is ridiculous that there are known hotspots that are trashed all the time, and they seem to always be trashed because someday somebody cleans up this spot and someday somebody else cleans up that graffiti, but the corridor as a whole that are the hot spots are never clean. And so this can be overtime, and in fact a lot of these folks are part-time, so it would be extra time, but it wouldn't even necessarily get them to overtime to add hours to do remediation where you're picking up the litter and the dumping and the graffiti is being dealt with all at once on the hardest hit areas so that they actually get cleaned up. And so that's what we're asking to make an effort to do, and maybe we want to ask them to come back to the Public Works Committee and report what they've come up with in terms of a strategy, because we don't need to define the strategy in the budget, but we know this is something that needs to happen, and so we're putting money to make it happen. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to call upon myself. I'm glad that Councilmember Cald mentioned that in the main budget that was presented by the mayor and the administration, that it did include more money for police academies. So that is a good thing. And also that we're setting aside the $500,000 for the libraries for next year. With regard to the items being proposed here, they're all good things. I am, a little concerned that we are continuing to spend money when we know times are tight. The good aspects of almost all of these proposals is that they are in fact one-time expenditures. They are not creating new positions. So, and it is one-time money that is being used. Also, it is setting aside a little over $2 million to put in what is being described as a vital services stabilization fund. So it's essentially a reserve, and that part is good. I am fine with the $900,000 for road resurfacing on so-called worst streets. That just somewhat supplements the money that we already put to that, and of course seems like a drop in the bucket compared to how many horribly deteriorated streets we have. I also like the doing the public engagement survey, which was recommended to us by the Budget Advisory Committee in advance of our budgeting process. It was also recommended by the Goldman school grad students as well. The fireboat grant match, I think is also a good idea. I do think that I think the firefighters union has been saying for many years that we really need a fireboat in order to provide adequate fire services along our waterfront. I am very much in favor of the allocation toward mitigations for the BRT, that bus rapid transit project that's going down International Boulevard. However, rather than having it just be restricted to capital improvement projects, I very much support the proposal that has been made by the East Bay, the EBASI and the International Merchants Groups, as Mr. Andy Nelson just spoke to, which is to set it aside for a fund for forgivable loans, which frankly would not be paid out for quite several years, because it would be after the BRT goes in and after its effects are felt and documented. So I would ask that if we are going to do this, that this money be set aside and have a broader use, so that it could, in fact, I would like it all to go to the business mitigations for the forgivable loans. I would really urge you all to consider that. As to your item E18, the increasing hours spent on litter, illegal dumping, and graffiti, I would, if we're going to do this, this is the one item that I feel like we already a year ago allocated, I've got my 4 minutes is up here, allocated extra money for illegal dumping, and we do, we're never going to totally keep up with illegal dumping, but we have really allocated nothing for graffiti and for actual cleanup, and not in last year's budget. And I've been trying to get the city administration to work on a variety of things, but they have no money to do it. And so if we're going to allocate that money, I would like at least half of it to go to the graffiti part here that is mentioned. So that I'm going to stop talking for now and go to the next person in the queue, which is Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you. I also want to thank our incredibly hardworking budget staff that is always trying to pull rabbits out of the hat. The proposals in here that I brought forward as part of this compromise compilation was the worst streets. And just to be very clear to Councilmember Gibson McElhaney, the nature of street repair would not allow us to split this dollar amount evenly. But, okay, good. I just wanted to be very clear. But the staff did provide a detailed analysis of how much it would cost to add one more street for each council district. And this was kind of a compromise dollar amount, and it just depends on the state of the road. And I felt strongly about this. Not only, I think, are we just seeing more and more potholes and deterioration, but that strip of road on Mountain Boulevard, if that had been fixed a year earlier, we could have avoided that $3.25 million lawsuit. And it was just something where we got calls every day in our office, and it was painful to spend months getting that type of cry from the public. So I do think this is a fiscally responsible investment for us to make. Just to also be clear about what we're calling the professional public engagement survey, it really is a city services survey. And the city of Oakland used to conduct this every 2 years automatically. So we're bringing back something that was traditionally done. It is a very important part of informing the budget development. We did reduce the dollar amount from what had been recommended earlier by staff based on some information we received that suggested this could be done for a little bit less money, because we're always trying to shave money off of anything. But Finally, I really appreciate support from my colleagues about setting some money aside for a rainy day fund. I know I've been a broken record about this, and so I'm very excited that it seems there is some appetite for some sort of rainy day fund. I really look forward to the discussion that will come to the Finance Committee this Tuesday to work out the details of how that policy will look, but this is a great indication that we are serious about starting it. I also just want to thank Councilmember Kernahan for her comments about just clarifying that the BRT money is for capital improvements along the streetscape, but there may be opportunities to revisit the issue about a revolving loan fund for the businesses at a later time. You know, we all make compromises when we work with our colleagues, and I appreciate Mayor Kwan's comments that we are not reserving enough money, and so I agree with you that this was a compromise that was worked out with colleagues, and so I'm happy to submit it along with them for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Schaaf, and I just wanted to clarify my comments on the BRT. I was not saying we could think about this. I mean, this wouldn't be spent at a later time, but I am asking right now that the categorization of this be called business mitigation, period, and it be open to...
I apologize.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm quite ready to do that. There's a big difference between a business mitigation and a capital improvement. A capital improvement is an investment that we're making that the entire public will benefit from. These are one-time funds. And so I'm not comfortable doing that until I understand the criteria, the methodology, the accountability, which I know that there's been some work to develop that, but I would not be ready to, and I think that might even violate our policy because that type of suggestion is not in front of us tonight.
Madam Chair.
Well, I don't know that that is the case. It's been, well, I disagree with that. But it's not my turn to speak, so I'm going to let others continue. Mr. Kolb, you're next.
Actually, I'd be happy for the council to finish the discussion on BRT before I get to the fire inspector thing, so I'll put myself later in the queue.
Okay.
On the specific issue of BRT, if you want to entertain some comments, I had comments about that. I agree with you that I'm concerned about limiting it to just to capital improvements, and an opportunity for my staff to meet with the basic recommendations. My recommendation would be to set aside 75% of that for loans and 25% for facade improvements or capital improvements in a way. And it's my understanding that NTC also wants to maybe leverage additional money with us for capital improvement. But to offer some flexibility, there will be some businesses that will be more harmed than others as we go through this process. And I think it's important for us to be able to have some flexibility in this. Whether we call it a mitigation fund, we should be clear that our support for the BRT will come with some consequences that need to be mitigated. And we've heard from the merchants on this very early on, and they continue to talk about how their core needs for businesses that are thriving now or surviving now, and ways in which we can help them survive in the new landscape or help those relocate that may need to relocate. And perhaps we can hear from the administrator on this.
Thank you, Ms. McElhaney. And did you want to hear? And actually, and Ms. Kaplan, I'm going to call on Ms. Kaplan just for a second.
I just wanted to make a suggestion that one of the reasons it's hard to know exactly which pieces this particular pot of money will fund is because we're continuing to work with AC Transit on their pot of money. There's a new state pot of money. And so I absolutely agree that this money has to be eligible for business assistance. And so it seems to me that capital improvement mitigation projects absolutely can include business assistance. We have businesses who, because of the impacts of the project, need to relocate their door or relocate their driveway or do a facade improvement. And so my thought is that tonight we don't have to divide it up specifically in terms of how much will go to the businesses versus to some of the capital work that's being done by the City of Oakland itself, because that will depend on, maybe we get more money from a different pot for one piece and then we use this for the other, but absolutely business assistance has to be an eligible use and is an incredibly undermet need in terms of looking at the project budget overall. And I don't know if
Thank you, Ms. Kaplan.
but the mitigation should include, business mitigation should be included in what this is eligible for.
I think so, and Mr. Gardner.
Madam President and members of the council, if I might, this is but one piece of the funding for the BRT program. We're looking at several pots. There is no question in my mind that there will be some business interruption, but they will be of varying degrees. We really need to have a thought-out process that tells you, after we've had a chance to do some analysis on this, where we think those needs are going to be and what the magnitude of those needs are going to be. There is no question in my mind that if we're going to go ahead with the BRT project, the city is going to have to identify funding sources to assist businesses that may have to be relocated on a temporary basis, that may have to be relocated on a permanent basis. And quite frankly, some may not have much business interruption at all. We're going to be tearing up the streets for the sewer project. And if the interruption is of short duration, if a PG&E comes in and has to lay down new utility lines, you know, that's one category. That's one of just basically inconvenience. And then you get to the other end of the scale where we're narrowing the streets. And so 18-wheelers can't come in there to deliver cars or whatever, and that business is going to have to be relocated. So I want to point out just two things. One is this is but one pot of money. We're looking at CDBG funds to assist with the business relocation. We'll be pushing on MTC for money. We'll be going back to AC Transit saying you need to put some more money in the pot. So this is just one piece of this program.
So, Mr. Gardner, thank you for stating that. And I want to just remind my colleagues, I know not all of you pay attention to this because it's not in your district, just like I don't pay attention to the fire, vegetation management like you do who are in the higher hills. But on the BRT, AC Transit has made it very clear that the federal funding or whatever funding sources they have cannot pay for relocation. AC Transit, we have fought on that, and they won't do it. We have set aside some other money for so-called business mitigation, but so far the staff is recommending that all of it go to consultants and technical assistance. So far, not $1 is going to the actual businesses. So we're going to have some money with no strings on it so that it will have the flexibility to be able to be used in the future. So I'm asking we set it aside. There will be many, criteria will be developed and all that. This is just saying that we have some money in reserve and decisions later can be made on how to spend it. I will be, yeah. So, Ms. Schaaf,
Just on that, you kind of said exactly what I was going to recommend. Yay. But I wanted to hear from Councilmember Gallo, because this was really his request. But what I hear you saying is that maybe we would create a BRT capital improvement mitigation reserve with the promise that we would develop criteria at a later date. Because that's my issue. I'm not ready to write a blank $1 million check tonight, but I would be willing to set it aside knowing that we're going to be thoughtful and also try and use this money to leverage other types of money. But I want to check in with my colleague because this was his request.
Okay, so I am definitely getting out of the queue here, but go ahead, Mr. Gallo. I'd like to
yield to Councilmember Brooks. She's been on the line for a long time, and that activity does include her district.
All right.
So go ahead.
Actually, so hold on, and let me clear out. So Ms. Gibson-McElhaney, I'm clearing you out. I have you ahead of Ms. Brooks, but I think maybe you already spoke. Okay. All right, Ms. Brooks.
The set aside of the money, it ought to include the facade as well as the business assistance. With respect to the BRT project, it is abundantly clear that one of the things that we need to do as a city is do a baseline for the businesses that are there so that we know what assistance that they need going forward. Nobody has done that. The community groups have been working very hard. They don't have the capacity to do that. In order for us to provide real assistance that's going to get our businesses through, we need to understand what they need going into this process. The flexibility of the money should be facade because there are many different needs that are going to take place. When Seattle did their light rail project, they put forward over $20 million in order to do what was necessary for the businesses that are there. $1 million here and a little bit of money from CDBG is not going to be enough to make sure that our businesses make it through. The people talk about what happened to downtown when BART came in and how that disruption decimated our downtown. This BRT project isn't going to be the same type of construction, but it's going to be sufficient enough that it disrupts businesses. There are businesses that are talking about their ability to get their customers in, to get trucks to be able to make deliveries, and there has been little consideration. I just met this week with some of the businesses in the San Antonio and Eastlake. They are still not being heard, and we are not giving the appropriate push to make sure that they are heard. These are our businesses that have been here, that need to be here in the long haul. We cannot create an environment for people who are yet here and exclude the people who are trying to make a living, employ people, and keep our communities going. So I would hope that we look at this $1 million as a start, not a finish, that we would begin to hold AC Transit accountable, because this is their project that we're picking up all the slack on. And that we begin to see, I thought it was ironic when I read in the newspaper about AC Transit not being able to put any money towards technical assistance or the relocation of the businesses, but they could find money to pay for the home of one of their former general managers. And so I'm just at a loss as to where money comes from when it's convenient and where money comes from when it will make a difference in our community. We all need to step up and stand up for our businesses.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Now, Mr. Culp. Excuse me, pardon. Okay, go ahead, Noel.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Councilmember Reed would like to comment on this. I mean, that BRT impacts your district tremendously. And one of the things that I will say is that you know, $1 million to bring international to the quality in terms of doing business is not even enough. Let's be real about that. And this city has neglected that area, and I don't think anyone here has walked international from the San Leandro border down to where your area is, Ms. Kernham, because that's, I mean, if you've been along those corridors, that's really challenged. And if you want to even come close to quality, that quality, that is no quality, then your standards are very poor and very low. I understand compensating the businesses, but we're not at that level yet. We're not at that level clearly identifying, one is the scope of the work, and secondly, you know, I'm just getting to the point now that we should have done anyways, at least repair the sidewalks. At least do that, City Council, because you haven't done it. There's holes on the sidewalks in my neighborhood, trees have been cut down, you're tripping all over yourself. Why haven't you done that, Public Works and City Council? Because you've neglected that area. You get into where Larry, you know, is district, that's greatly challenged. So $1 million, I agree, is not enough, Councilmember Kernham, but I need to start somewhere. And if I set it aside to take care of everybody's business, some businesses are suffering already without BRT. Those are realities that we're going through. But at the same time, I need to create the setting, the environment, so those businesses can attract more customers, can thrive. And yes, there will be other businesses to come where all those board-up businesses are currently located. So we need to create an environment that's attractive, that's welcoming, that we all can you know, continue to, you know, go to buy our goods. And so I think $1 million is not enough, but I think that's the one that complements the actual infrastructure as the project is being built. And secondly, I do agree we need to create the analysis that, you know, how do I determine whether your business needs 5,000 and his needs 10,000? Because the reality is many of us are going to line up, and I would be one of those. If you're giving out money to take care of my business, I would cry foul, right? And but at the same, so we need to create that analysis. But in the meantime, at least do the infrastructure that's been long overdue in that corridor. And that's why, for me, it's very clear what Public Works has identified to take care of, because from San Leandro border down to Lake Merritt, that's a long stretch of international on both sides that needs to be taken care of. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cobb, it's your turn.
Thank you. I do want to comment on the BRT. And I have to say, I fully agree with Councilmember Gallo on what he just said. You know, the success, the excitement and success of the BRT is going to produce an environment that's going to allow businesses to thrive, including ones that are doing okay, but are going to be able to do better because it's a revitalization and beautification of that corridor. Long overdue, as everybody agrees. And if there is not currently enough money through AC Transit or existing sources to finish essentially the project in the right way, whether it's more trees or sidewalk repair or other infrastructure that the city would or AC Transit should be responsible for, that's what this $1 million is for. And that will help the businesses thrive once the project is done. And that's what I think Councilmember Gallo is saying, and I agree with him 100%. So that's what I thought we were doing here. That's what I want to do here. That's what Councilmember Gallo proposed. It was his idea to put the $1 million in, and I want to stick with it. That's my position. We could continue the discussion on BRT if you like, or I could go to fire inspection. I don't want to jump over this if we're not finished with that discussion, because I'm ready to talk about fire inspection if we're ready to move on.
You're ready to talk about what?
The fire inspector issue, but I don't want to stop.
Go ahead. Talk about the fire inspector.
Okay. You noticed in your packet, colleagues, and I know some people in the public have noticed this. I've gotten emails, and I think I heard one or two speakers today. Councilmember Schaaf and I put a memo in here. We did not put a new position in that memo with the four of us signed that we just discussed in detail, because the idea of having a new vegetation fire inspector is an ongoing expense, not a one-time expense, and we didn't want to identify it as such incorrectly. But we need to understand, I think we all do, that we are sorely lacking in adequate fire inspection services in the hills where the vegetation is most prevalent. And no one is really doubting that or denying that. I think we had an audit done to show that. And I'm not pointing blame. You know, we had a recession. We had to cut back all over the place, and the results of the recession are the results of the recession, and we're just kind of getting out of it, and so on. You know, there are a couple different areas. There's a whole separate question of how well are we doing in clearing off debris, fuel for the fire in city-owned properties, and that sometimes that goes well, sometimes we're kind of backlogged in that. But this fire inspector idea, this fire inspector, which we're short of, to have one more fire inspector, I think is really important if we're going to protect our city from having another, major fire in the hills or foothills. And so I realize we can't have the money right this very second to all of a sudden add 3 new fire inspectors. But I would like the city, the administration, and I realize we have some language that Councilmember Schaaf and I are working on as we speak, to essentially ask the administration to spend the next few months, essentially the first quarter of the next fiscal year, which starts today, to identify ongoing funds that can't be identified now, that may be created for any number of ways, and to use $100,000 or so of that money to hire 1 new fire inspector. That's still not enough. Everybody agrees that's not going to be enough. I think we need 3 new full-time inspectors, but that's a start. And I think the sooner we do that, the better it is, and the safer it will be for all of us. And so we're just finishing up some language which we'll have shortly add a kind of like a resolve clause to ask the administration to do that. But we want to make sure the administration is on the hook to at least identify if those funds come about, to come back to us in few months to give us the option of using that identified money to hire a new fire inspector, or to allocate that towards a new fire inspector.
So, Mr. Kolb, I want to ask you for a little clarification. For some reason, I wasn't quite grasping what you're asking. So,
Sorry.
I completely agree that that another fire inspector is needed. And actually, you know, there was just a grand jury report that came out about our whole vegetation management system, which had very unflattering things to say, as well as a previous auditor's report on the same topic. So, but what are you proposing with regard to this budget? You and Ms. Schaff on this item.
I think what we're agreeing to doing is back to what we explicitly put in our memo. Given that this is that we're going to have to phase in these new inspectors over time and deal with it in a more significant fashion later, next year, if you will. But what I'm asking is, I'll just read a possible resolve clause that we could add. The administration shall identify additional ongoing revenue and bring back a proposal no later than when the staff brings the first quarter R&E report, revenue and expenditure report, to upgrade one existing fire inspector position from a TPT, that's temporary part-time, to a full-time FTE at an estimated cost of approximately $62,000.
Okay, so that is what you all
yeah,
are
and
moving
that's what
at,
we
that
put in our
whatever
memo,
budget
yeah.
proposal we pass, you're asking it would have that amended language in it.
As a resolve clause, yes.
Yeah. All right, Mr.
Madam
Gardner.
President Kerningham and members of the council, we would be loath to turn down any suggestion of additional funding for any activity. But before we proceed with describing whether positions will be full-time or part-time, I would appreciate a 30-second opportunity for the fire chief to respond to that. And I would hope that as we go forward, before we mandate the staffing structure of any department, that we would allow the department head to respond.
By all means, we would never deny that. So
I'll just jump in here since it's our mutual thing, that I'd be happy to make it much more vague, which is to increase fire inspection capabilities. I'm not wedded to the conversion. I think there are reasons to not do it. It just was the lowest cost option that had been identified. But again, I'd rather keep it more open.
Okay, Fire Chief Deloach Reed, would you please let us know your thoughts on this?
Thank you. Teresa Deloach Reed, the Fire Chief, to the Chair. It's unfortunate that the Vegetation Management Bureau was reduced, because as we see today, that we do need more enforcement in regards to the fire code up in the fire district. I appreciate Councilmember Cobb and Councilmember Schaff's recommendation in regards to increasing one of the part-time positions and making it a full-time. But one of the things that's also extremely important is that we have the staffing out in the field to actually do the inspections, and then to have the staffing after the season to follow up with the code enforcement. So really, I think would be more useful for the Vegetation Management Bureau is that we keep our current staffing, which is a supervisor, a full-time inspector, 3 part-time inspectors, and then add an additional full-time inspector. So when the next year rolls around, then that would give us a supervisor, 2 full-time and 2 part-time, versus turning a part-time into a full-time this season, which would also result in one of the inspectors being laid off, which we have to be mindful of that piece also. So from what I'm reading, it recommends to take a part-time inspector and increase that to a full-time inspector. I really would like us to keep all of our part-time inspectors this year and just add a position of a full-time, giving us, again, a supervisor, 2 full-time and 3 part-time for this fiscal year. Next year, that would be a supervisor, 2 full-time and 2 part-time inspectors.
So
I'm
Fire
happy
Chief,
to accept that.
Mr. Kolb?
I'm sorry, I'm happy to accept that as a friendly amendment to this.
Okay, but Fire Chief, you So you're saying that you're going to just wait until the next year's budget to add that additional position?
No, I'm saying that the same proposal, but just not a proposal to upgrade a part-time to a full-time, that the proposal is to add a full-time position.
And that would cost how much?
It's just over $100,000, I believe. Like
Okay.
104,000, I believe
Okay.
it is.
All right. So, yeah, of all the things proposed, that is probably one of the very most important things we could do with this money. Though, I mean, it is an ongoing expense, but it also is a major public safety issue.
Again, just to clarify, the recommendation is that a proposal comes forward no later than the first R&E report. So at that time, the council would still have the ability to accept or reject that proposal.
Okay,
It's not a binding decision tonight.
Okay, so is it correct you're not asking to add any money for that purpose in this mid-cycle adjustment?
That's correct. We're just asking
Okay.
for a proposal to come back right when the first quarter R&E comes forward. And now, instead of being a transfer of a position for $62,000, it would be one additional full-time position at a cost of approximately $104,000.
Okay, all right.
That would be the request.
All right, thank you. Madam Mayor, you were trying to get into the queue as well.
I actually was going to weigh on this, but it sounds like we have a compromise. I have one question myself on the recommendation around the rent adjustment program surplus funds. I wanted to see if we could get the director out here.
Thank you for bringing that up. I forgot to
I think it's a
ask.
similar issue. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if that was the best way to use these funds or they had other plans. So
Okay.
if we could get her out.
Yeah. Do we have the rent program staff who could come to the microphone?
Thank you very
Well,
much.
actually, we
I've been trying to track you down all week. I wanted to know whether or not this is how you were planning to use the funds. I knew that you were trying to increase some FTEs because we've changed the rent control ordinance significantly. So can you tell us how you see this proposal and what were your plans for those funds?
Michelle Bird, Department of Housing and Community Development. We have seen a tremendous increase in the number of calls coming into the rent adjustment program, just basically on information. We've also seen an increase in the number of petitions, and we are looking at having at least 30 to 35 petitions per month, which is an increase in what we've seen in previous years. And so we have had to spread them out over a longer period of time, which means there is a longer period for individuals to have their cases heard with the rent board. We were looking at this possibility of using this to maximize the staff times and answering questions and putting together reports and going over the cases and hearing them. We recognize that there will be some legal support that may be needed, but we wanted to have an overview of the cases that we're seeing. We recognize that a lot of these cases are going to the rent board, and one of the reasons why there is a longer duration is because the rent board only meets twice a month, and so we're looking at other feasible mechanism to be able to expedite some of the cases. And so we would also need staff to be able to do those analysis.
Explains how you responded that way, but I just thought maybe Ms. Kaplan had a specific need when she made the original recommendation.
Well, in terms of that question, my understanding, because of course staff had identified that there is this unexpended fund sitting in there, that even with this 300,000, there's still, is it over 2 million remaining unallocated?
We have about 900,000 sitting in fund balance at this point in time. We were anticipating looking over time if we would need to increase staff capacity based upon the changes that will take place August 1st with the new capital improvement requirements. And so we were pacing it over a period of time, but we've just done an analysis and we're seeing that it's increasing at a faster rate than we anticipated even before the new changes taking place.
Yeah, so I think the point is, with what's going on both in the economy and for tenants, that there's a dramatic increase in cases. And so that means both on the attorney side and on the non-attorney staff side, that everyone is overwhelmed with the increased backlog of cases. And so certainly if there's some suggestions around allocating further from the remaining surplus beyond this particular need, I would be perfectly happy to support doing that as well. I don't know if there's been a specific funding request, but my understanding. No, I'm not saying to add money tonight. I'm saying that if this is adopted tonight, there remains unallocated surplus in the RAP fund, which we could come back, not tonight because it's not agendized, but that the backlog and overwork is both amongst the attorney staff and the non-attorney staff. And so there is additional surplus which we could, and I understand it's not agendized tonight, but we could come back and allocate per your suggestions.
And we could work
I'd
with
be
the
happy
city
to support that.
And we can work with the city attorney to do an analysis of what their caseload is and how they're seeing their increase and come up with figures that make sense.
So if we could do it similar to the BRT, if we could set aside this money, let you have a full discussion, bring back a proposal. I know it's really hard because we have so many needs, but I'm trying to get some money in the reserve and for us not to spend it all. So
This money is exclusively from
No, I
the
understand.
housing fund. This
I
is
mean-
not general fund money. This is not money that could be expended on some other unrelated project, so.
I know, but I just think that like the other program, it'd be good to let the department talk about timing and what they need now at this point. There may be more legal cases, but right now they're really overworked by calls around the new ordinance. That's all. So if they could have more time to look, if they get this additional money, to look how they're going to spend it and prioritize it right now is the main point I was trying to make. I'll leave that up. If that would be friendly, then we would, you take the money set aside, let us come back with a proposal. The second thing I just want to say on the BRT, and I don't know if Mr. Nelson's still here, but I agree that there are so many different funds that we're going to have to tap, and I've started a discussion already with the MTC director to see if we could get money particularly for the mitigation of possible having to move merchants because where the sites are. But I do want to say for people who don't know and council members that Oakland Public Works has stepped up to take over the part of mitigating the location and the parking spaces, et cetera, so that we know it's not just somebody from outside, but somebody in the city staff. They're really working, and they're working their way down internationally. They hope to talk to all the merchants, try to come up with block by block proposals by the end of July, and by then we'll have a better sense of how many merchants may have to be moved, what the capital needs are. We're not quite as clear now. I don't know how far they've gotten. I know that Noel's been kind enough to walk with some of the staff members on particular blocks. I know that they found at least a handful of stores that may have to move or have a major capital mitigation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll just comment that I think your idea to defer what to do with the surplus in the rent adjustment program fund is a good idea. I think we should come back and consider that. Next in the queue is Ms. Schaff.
I think I already went.
Oh,
I
okay.
guess my only clarity is.
Okay, you're next in there, yeah.
I guess the only things I'm not totally clear about are what are we doing with the $50,000 for lawnmowers? Is that money usable, and can we be specific about it? And then I want to hear it from staff because
I thought this request from staff was that we not be specific about it and we let them work it out. I thought that was the city administrator's request, that we actually not be specific about it.
We could dispense with it altogether.
No, because the playing fields aren't getting mowed, so I don't want to dispense with it altogether, but I thought I heard the administrator suggest that we not be more specific about it and let him work with them on the best way to use it.
Madam President and members of the council, I think that's right. I think what we concluded is that the cost for Parks and Recreation to do it would be a lot more than $50,000. And $50,000 is not sufficient for Public Works to go around and mow all of the ball fields. That the Parks and Recreation Director would prioritize the ball fields that are in the greatest need, and Public Works on an overtime basis would accommodate that until we can come up with a longer-term strategy. I think that's where we concluded.
So just to be specific so that we can amend it in what we're passing, now we're talking about $50,000 for overtime mowing of ball fields. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay. And then also to specify, I did not hear anyone speak against putting aside $1 million for BRT. I just heard different ideas about what people want to be able to spend that on. So the idea of calling it, we can take the word capital out if that's confusing, the idea of calling it BRT mitigation reserve allows us to continue the conversation. I thought that's what I was hearing people wanted to do, was to have some flexibility, but I'm not sure if that was the consensus or not. I'm trying to make sure that we've got a motion in front of us that is clear.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Schaaf. And I'm going to go to Ms. McElhaney. I personally very much would like it to say BRT mitigation reserve, but I think there were at least 2 of our colleagues who thought otherwise. Ms. McElhaney, it's your turn.
I certainly want to support you on the BRT with having the flexibility, but I am very sensitive to what Councilmember Gallo said in terms of us making sure that we have matched the investment in that area for improvements that certainly take advantage of the enhancements there. I'm concerned about what just happened with the Bid Adjustment Board and very much in support of the $300,000 being used to clear that backlog. We heard in that most recent hearings how difficult it is for tenants to access services and access services timely. And we know that response within the court system, you have to be able to get responses and support in the docket time of the courts. And so I think that this is wise, and we know all too painfully that it's very difficult to hire in our city's processes. So I would love to see that we're moving forward. And I will say that, there were some criticisms around the all-in budget, but to my colleagues that worked on that and to everyone who voted for it, what's really clear is that some of our anticipations that we would have excess revenues have materialized. And here we are now beginning to look at how we continue to make strategic investments in a safe city and a livable city, and doing the hard work of trying to balance those core needs. And so I'm pleased to see that we're able to do that here. I know that we continue to have to do some work as we look at how we define one-time funds for these ongoing needs. What the budget staff shared with me in my briefing was some of what we've been calling one-time is really baseline when we look at it, either as we look at it as a percentage of overall revenues or some of the things that they've proposed for us to get into it. So sometimes in our semantic discussions, I think we are protesting about things that aren't necessarily things that we need to protest about. What is really clear to me is that this council has taken a very balanced approach to saying that we need to make the investment in our city, that we're making investments in our workforce, that we're doing some of the core work. So my final question is, I've received a question, an email from Gay Player Cobb from the PIC with respect to what we're doing in this budget, reducing the amount that we had allocated for the WIA centers in West and East Oakland. I'm particularly concerned about the West Oakland investment, and there's a question about the carry forward. We had some difficulty, Mr. Administrator, on getting the contract in place with the PIC and opening up the Workforce Investment Job Center, not the West Oakland Job Resource Center, but the federally funded Job Center that will be co-located at the West Oakland Library. And the email indicates, so we had a delay of 10 months while we worked on getting the contract. So this contract was supposed to go into effect last July, and staff was unable to get that ratified and everything answered in a timely manner. And what's being suggested, so if Mr. Bailey could speak to that, is that the contract has now been reduced by that 10-month period and not carry forward into this second half of the fiscal year. So if we could speak to that and be clear about what we're doing and what the public can expect in terms of the real dollar investment and how many people can be served in those centers.
I see Mr. Gardner, and I see Mr. Bailey is available.
Before he approaches the microphone, I have a question. Councilmember McElhaney, are you referring to an item that is part of this budget?
That's my understanding, is that when we're making these adjustments,
Because I think
I'm
not,
looking
we
for
can
the
hear
email
from Mr.
now.
Yes.
I didn't see it, but I'm responding to the email.
Madam President, John Bailey, Executive Director of the Workforce Investment Board. The matter, Councilmember, that you brought up is not part of this evening's mid-year budget review. It is a matter that would be addressed in the Workforce Investment Board WIB budget that is going before committee on July the 8th. The email that you are referencing is something that I saw this evening for the first time. Have not had a chance to digest all that was included in the email or discuss with staff, or had an opportunity to meet and discuss with the city administrator. Obviously, with the WIB board budget that was approved by the WIB board going before council, before committee on the 8th, any discussion that we have, we would have to resolve within the next 3 days, because that matter is scheduled for July the 8th.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
All right, thank you, Ms. McElhaney. We need to get a motion on the floor here. There have been a number of amendments suggested to the language on a number of these items. Would somebody like to go through and reference what they thought were consensus changes and see if we can get a motion on the floor?
Do you want to do that, or
Ms. Schaaf,
do you have something, or do you want me? I'd be happy to.
I think we were moving to adopt all of the administration's recommendations in addition to the memo dated June 26th from the 4 council members, but amending a little bit of the language to the lawn mowing item E14 to say lawn mowing overtime to maintain fields. I just was clarifying E17, professional public engagement, city services and budget survey, to be very clear.
Okay,
then,
wait, Teresa, now you're on the line
E17.
You're just retitling
clarifying
that.
what that is. And then I still am not crystal clear from Councilmember Gallo, because this was his item, whether or not we want to just for the $1 million state BRT mitigation reserve.
I still believe that you know, on any project, the first thing you got to improve is the environment. You got to take care of your sidewalk. Remember, international is a big stretch. For us to even do the sidewalks with all the holes that exist from Larry's down to your area, greatly, I mean, I drive international every day. I see it.
Yeah.
So I think that that's going to take a major investment. So I would recommend that we stay with what was recommended by a staff to be able to take care of the infrastructure. And then I think we have opportunities to be able to engage ourselves as well as AC Transit to do the business mitigation, because that's down the line in terms of we don't know what businesses are going to be impacted, but yet we could clearly define what are some of the improvements that need to be made when it comes to safety and the environment of international.
Okay, so I don't think we quite have a motion yet. Can I ask one thing of staff?
But, okay, and I actually have a factual thing to say that I realized I failed to bring up. In a couple of weeks, I think, AC Transit is going to be bringing to us to approve their business mitigation plan. And in that plan, you will not find anything about helping, I mean, well, you will find, you know, the technical assistance and the consultants, but we have to approve that plan. And if there is no money to do, you know, the forgivable loans or that kind of stuff, I mean, that's,
Could I ask one other question?
Yeah. So I'll stop.
So my understanding is that somewhere in this budget, and forgive me for not knowing where it is, that there's like $2.5 million of city money in this budget for the consultants, or?
Is that the
AC
BRT?
So there's no other money in this budget that is relative to this? I thought we were
There's
talking
no
about
general
CDBG.
fund money.
No, but I thought we were.
$1 million of
President,
CDBG.
Our staff has been
There is
working
Christine.
daily
She
on
could-
BRT. She would.
Yeah. Could you clarify what monies and what are they being spent on?
Good evening, Council President, members of the Council. Christine Calabresi, BRT Program Manager for the city. So regarding the proposal that's coming forward on July 22nd to the Public Works Committee, that's a business sustainability program that was brokered by the former City Administrator Blackwell and the General Manager of AC Transit to create a $4.5 million business sustainability program. $2.5 million would come from AC Transit. Those monies would be earmarked for technical assistance because of the funding limitations that were discussed previously. The city would match $2 million. For that $2 million match, CDBG monies have been identified. They need to be approved by you on July 22nd. Those monies are earmarked for business interruption assistance. The additional $1 million in match would either come tonight out of this discussion or would come by taking existing programs and directing them towards the International Boulevard corridor. That could include facade and tenant improvement programs and various loan programs and other in-kind services by the city. So that's the framework that, again, the former city administrator agreed to with AC Transit, and we were going to bring you on July 22nd.
Madam Chair, if I could just quickly clarify.
Thank you, Ms. Calabresi.
Just to clarify what she just said. So you've identified already an additional $1 million, not the $1 million that we're discussing tonight, that would be, that you're bringing forward, and the monies that we're discussing tonight would be in addition to that $1 million, making a $2 million total pool.
Well, actually, a $3 million total pool. So
from the city side.
We had already cobbled together a proposal for you that did not include this discussion tonight.
Okay, so 2.5 would be coming from AC Transit, another $2 million or $3 million from the city if we include the $1 million tonight.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that would make sense to me if we were setting it aside in the way that Councilmember Schaaf, that you were suggesting, that it could be used for capital, or because there's going to be a deeper plan that fleshes it out later, that we're just earmarking these monies for BRT mitigation, which would include some of the capital as well as any funds that we would need to do to match based on the deal that former Administrator Blackwell, it seemed to me, I could support that.
Okay, but
motion.
I'm trying to be respectful of my colleague, who this was his proposal. This BRT doesn't go through my district, and so I'm trying to be respectful of those of you who have it going through your district. I've heard Councilmember Gallo say he does not want to make this a general mitigation fund. He wants to limit it to only capital improvements for this $1 million. It sounds like we have another $2 million that we potentially could use to address the other items that have been raised here tonight. But again, I want to listen to the colleagues who have this project running through their district.
Let me yield back to our administrative staff, since you're doing this on a daily basis and we're not. Okay, and sometimes, we can have a lot of great ideas, but we haven't even walked international, right? So for me, is I'm going to ask you, in terms of, what would be your recommendation in terms of the language that's on it? Because what's on here, I asked staff, this is what was presented by staff for us to include. So I'll yield to staff.
Madam President, before Ms. Calabresi speaks, perhaps I was not clear an hour and a half ago when I said this was but one pot of funds for BRT. And I thought I said that we had identified other possible sources that would directly speak to business assistance required because of the work. What Ms. Calabresi has said to you tonight is even more explicit. This is but one pot. CDBG is another pot, and I think I referred to that one an hour and a half ago. And there is still a third pot. This is not the only source of funding for BRT project.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. And it is not, so there are these other pots, but the staff recommendation so far does not include the stuff that Mr. Nelson and the merchants are asking for. However, it is within our power when it comes back to actually change it.
So,
what those
Madam
other
Chair,
dollars are.
I'll just finish my motion.
Yeah,
In
go
light of
ahead.
that,
Yeah, go ahead. And if it's capital improvement, I will take $1 million for BRT something over nothing.
So in light of that, we will keep that item E16 as it is written in the memo, which is BRT capital improvement mitigation projects. And with that is the motion.
And the resolve that I added, the fire inspector.
And with the additional
vegetation,
resolved.
fire inspector, yeah.
The resolved that would require, as Councilmember Kalb said, that we will, do you want to restate it since you've got it in front of you?
If the clerk needs me to restate it, I'd be happy to do that. The administration shall identify additional ongoing revenue and bring back a proposal no later than when the staff brings the first quarter revenue and expenditure report to fund one new full-time vegetation fire inspector. The title may be different, but that's what I'm referring to, at a cost of approximately $104,000. I believe that's what the fire chief had suggested.
So the, Ms. Schaaf, thank you for stating that motion. I also wanted to ask, I had addressed item E18, which says blight, well, it says blight crew, but it's not really a crew. And it currently says for litter, illegal dumping, and graffiti in parentheses, and I specifically asked that half of that money go to graffiti because there has been no extra money that has gone to graffiti, whereas we added a whole crew for illegal dumping a year ago. Would you all consider
We should
splitting
modify
that
this.
money?
This actually is not for a crew. This is for
I know it's not for a
overtime.
crew, it's going to be overtime, but currently
Staffing
nothing
to-
has gone to the graffiti side of the house.
Okay, so overtime staffing for litter, illegal dumping, and graffiti, not in parentheses, clean up. I mean, take out the word pilot because it's really not a pilot. I mean,
Yeah, it's not a pilot.
overtime staffing for litter, illegal dumping, and graffiti cleanup and graffiti cleanup.
Can I get a sense from my colleagues, do you value having some money put toward the graffiti cleanup?
Definitely. Are you
Was
saying to
there
earmark,
long, yeah.
Madam Chairman, you're saying to earmark half of this additional money towards the graffiti?
Well, that's what I was asking, because so far, despite throwing the word around, no money has actually gone into it.
I'm fine with, yeah, I think we're fine with that, yeah.
Okay, so overtime staffing, half for litter and illegal dumping, and half for graffiti cleanup. Is that what you're all proposing?
I assume that's approximately half because the, dollars.
Approximately
roughly,
half,
yeah.
yes.
Do we need to specify that this is supposed to be for hot spots as opposed to just kind of into the?
They know
Or do
where
they,
it
is that clear enough?
Yeah,
Do you
they
think we've
already-
made that clear enough?
That's where they're going, is to hot spots. I mean,
You would think, and yet there are spots that are horrific every single day.
Ms.
But I think
Public Works, yeah.
we've made that clear. That's fine. I think it's clear enough. And if it isn't clear, we'll come back and discuss it another day.
All right.
It's fine.
I have a question about the BRT.
To
And
the
through
city administrator?
the chair to the city administrator. Are we looking at any of the redevelopment bond proceeds?
Are we looking at any redevelopment
Bond proceeds?
bond proceeds?
For the BRT.
Right.
I am not sure, but given what has happened with redevelopment, it is probably unlikely that you could do a new issue that would secure the bonds by redevelopment.
Not a new
funds.
issue. There's supposed to be
You mean-
revenue that's available.
That's already, bonds that have already been issued?
Right.
We could look into that, maybe so.
Thank you.
Okay, that would be great, actually, if our redevelopment staff would see if it could be eligible for that purpose. Okay, so I think we actually have a motion on the floor now.
Second.
And it has been the clerk says she wants a little
You'll forgive me, I've been here before. So I want the motion to be very clear so that when I'm asked for it immediately, first thing tomorrow morning, there's absolutely no ambiguity about this motion. And I see Councilmember Shafter, the chair, working feverishly to give me a summarized motion. But I want that on record. Thank you.
Okay, and just to clarify, and as to the rent program surplus, that is going to be deferred and come back, right? That piece was going to, the staff was going to come back and discuss how to spend it at a later date? That was a recommendation of the administration anyway.
If that's what they'd like to do, I will accept that request from them.
So then we will strike that item at this time.
No, we're not going to strike it. We're keeping it in as is, and they're going to talk amongst themselves about what they want to do with it and report back to us, but we're keeping the allocation.
Okay, subject to further
Administration report back
Okay.
on uses.
Okay.
But we're keeping the money allocated for this.
All right, and with that, so I think we have some clarity on the motion, and seconded by Ms. Kaplan. And Madam City Clerk, what are you saying?
I'm just watching Councilmember Schaaf. I want clarity.
Okay. She's going to...
I am. Through the chair, this was something that I had discussed with the city administrator. This level of detail often winds up debated even after you've voted, and so I want clarity.
Do you want me to reread it?
I would love for you to reread it.
Do you want to, okay.
Okay,
Go
we
ahead.
propose for your consideration the following adjustments to the mayor's and city administrator's proposed 2014-15 mid-cycle policy budget. And so we are adopting everything that has been suggested by the administration additionally. Line item B12, one-time general fund revenue, general fund reserve revenue above and beyond the 7.5% reserve policy appropriated in the 13-14 mid-cycle budget. We are deducting $3.96 million. Item E10, general fund reserve 2014-15 allocation above and beyond 7.5%. We are deducting $624,875. Then we are allocating that total amount, which is $4,584,875. Line E13 for one-time funding, $200,000 to do a disparity study. Line E14, one-time lawn mowing overtime to maintain fields for $50,000. Item E15, one-time, worst streets road improvements to be applied to each council district, $900,000. Line E16, one-time, BRT capital improvement mitigation projects, $1 million. Line E17, one-time, professional public engagement, city services and budget survey, $45,000. Line E18, one-time, overtime staffing, approximately half for litter and illegal dumping and half for graffiti cleanup. Line E19, one-time, set aside for fireboat grant match only if no additional funds are found for $100,000.
Can you say that last?
I didn't say the E18, the dumping is $200,000. And then finally, line E20, one time, set aside for a vital services stabilization fund to be established, $2,089,875.
Councilman Schaaf, if I may, on that one, I believe staff suggested because we're spending a little more, we're required to put a few bucks more into the reserve. It was like 60-something thousand, was that right? Yeah, so we have to adjust that down. Perhaps our budget director or mayor could remind us of that.
Yeah, in our response from last night, we were requesting that the set aside for the stabilization fund be reduced slightly to accommodate the 7.5% required reserve. So the total would be $2,020,764.
Say that again?
$2,020,764.
Okay. All right, with that adjusted amount, I'm so glad you asked me to do this, Ms. Simmons.
Thank you so very much.
And then finally, a non-general fund one-time adjustment. This is line item S6. It's one time, $300,000 from the rent Adjustment Program Surplus Funds, Fund 2413, for legal services to address backlog related to rent adjustment program, subject to further analysis by staff. Okay, $300,000. And then finally, I'll let Mr. Cobb read adding an additional resolved to the budget adoption resolution. Further resolved.
Actually, Ms. Schaaf, on the, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kolb, go ahead.
No, does the clerk need me to read that? Should I read that again?
No, I believe I have that
Yeah, I think
on record.
I have it written right
The
next
additional
to you.
resolve.
All right.
And I'll
So-
take that from you.
So on the rent adjustment one, shouldn't you take out the word legal before services? Because it was for services to address backlog,
Okay.
and then they're going to come back and
Deleting
recommend.
legal.
Okay.
All right, any other?
Councilmember Kaplan, are you okay with deleting the word legal?
Because they can still be, that can be part of it, but they're going to come back to say how best
Should we
to
say
address
legal
the
and
backlog.
other? I don't, the legal stuff has been really neglected, and then the cases don't get handled, and
Yeah.
then people feel that we make a lot of trouble to adopt laws to protect certain rights, but then if we can't actually implement the cases.
Okay, how about legal and other services?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we have a very explicit motion on the floor, which has been seconded. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on this one?
Well, certainly. As to the motion, with all of the amendments very clearly stated for everyone. Brooks? Abstain. Gallo?
Yes.
Gibson McElhaney?
Yes.
Cobb?
Aye.
Kaplan?
Aye.
Reed? Schaaf?
Aye.
Kernahan?
Aye.
And it is adopted with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 abstentions?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
All right.
There is
Another-
one final item, I believe. Noting that item 16 and 17, I believe, were already taken.
Right.
The remaining item is item 18. It is the resolution on the council's own motion submitting to the voters at the November 4th statewide general election a proposed amendment to, a proposed ordinance to amend the charter to create the City of Oakland Independent Redistricting Commission. And I show 2 speakers on the item.
Okay, so we, okay, we're going to have the presentation from, it's from Ms. Schaaf's office, right?
Yes.
Councilmember Schaaf, she's busy writing away, so.
I'm just waiting on the PowerPoint.
Okay. K-Top, can you show the PowerPoint?
Okay, great. Good evening, Madam President and members of the council. My name is Seppi Agde, and I'm a graduate student intern with Councilmember Libby Schaaf's office, and I've been working on this redistricting resolution for the last 6 months. As you may know, the City of Oakland, as you do know, the City of Oakland is required to conduct redistricting every 10 years after the U.S. Census is taken. This redistricting allows changes to be made based on population shifts that have happened. The Oakland City Charter, federal, state laws, and the U.S. Constitution require that the city establish districts that are as equal in population as possible. What this resolution would change is that it requires Oakland's district lines to be drawn and approved by an independent redistricting commission of 13 individuals who are residents of Oakland for at least 3 years prior to applying to this commission. The commission is required to be reflective of the geographic, racial, ethnic, and economic diversity of the city of Oakland. This language is the result of the work of individuals and organizations coming together in a working group for over 6 months to propose the best model possible for this commission. Public input was sought from the very beginning. There was a survey conducted electronically with over 200 responses. There was also a community meeting held in April with over 50 attendees, and main parts of the resolution were discussed and recommendations were made. Successful independent redistricting commissions exist in California and Austin and other places. California and Austin served as models for this language that you see. California's voters in 2008 approved that the state's redistricting work be done by an independent redistricting commission. So this work was done in 2010, and it's widely regarded as having been successful. I will now discuss the selection process for this commission. So the city administrator will be in charge of doing outreach to get a robust pool of applicants of at least 40 qualified individuals who are free from conflicts of interest. The council will have a chance to approve minimum standards for the outreach that's done for these to get these commissioners to apply. In addition to doing outreach to get applicants for the commission itself, there will be outreach done for a screening panel that will be made up of one retired judge who resides in Oakland, one law student or public policy graduate student, and one representative from a local good government nonprofit. And the task of this screening panel will be to take the at least 40 qualified applicants and reduce that number to 30 applicants. So once that happens, then 6 names will be randomly picked from this pool of 30 individuals. Then those sitting 6 commissioners will be able to pick the remaining 7 commissioners and 2 alternates. So what will happen is that the final commission will have at least 1 commissioner from each existing district. And again, I just want to emphasize that the process is intentionally designed to get a commission that is reflective of the city's diversity. Just want to point that out. Okay, so what is required of the commission in conducting the redistricting process? First and foremost, they have to abide by all federal and state laws when it comes to redistricting. They must also have an open hearing process for public input with extensive outreach done to get the public there. Public input opportunities will be provided before and after a drawing of each map. And I want to say that this language matches the language of the state, the way the state did their independent redistricting commission, and it was intentionally left a bit broad so that each commission every 10 years when they come together, they can decide what is the best way to do outreach for public input. And finally, the commission must issue a report that explains the basis on which they made their decisions. And then lastly, I want to briefly address concerns about having too many ballot measures on November's ballot, and in particular, any impact on the proposed measure funding money for police and safety. The working group that we worked with is well aware of the importance of funding for both police officers and for violence prevention programs, and of course, other important measures that will be on November's ballot. However, we do not believe that voters will either be fatigued or otherwise put off by a large number of ballot measures. We actually looked into patterns in the past of failed or passed measures, and what seems to matter is either how weak the campaign was for something or how strong the campaign against something was if it were to lose. So as such, we do not believe that this good government measure would hurt other important measures on the ballot. And I just want to read a quote that we got from a local consultant at a research firm in regards to this particular issue, the impact of this measure on the proposed measure funding money for police and safety. As of right now, it appears that there will be a measure with no tax increase and a strong and cohesive coalition of support. There's certainly no guarantee that it will pass, but we have already done a lot to create a positive environment. Therefore, keeping other measures off the ballot is less of a necessity. We still don't want to create controversy, but I honestly do not see how a redistricting measure is a problem. Thank you.
Ms. Schaaf, you are in the queue.
Yeah, I just want to quick thank Seppi, who's done a lot of work on this, as well as my staff member, Sharita Nosahari, and also Oliver Luby from Dan Kolb's staff. I also just want to read one more quote from an op-ed that was just published on the East Bay Express blog today. Robert Gammon writes, "It's a mistake for the council to kill good government proposals while pushing for the measure-wide tax renewal. Many Oakland voters have long distrusted City Hall and so may be inclined to reject Measure Y without reform measures accompanying it. As such, the independent redistricting and Public Ethics Commission ballot measure proposals could very well work to the council's advantage. So just wanted to add that. Thank you all for your consideration.
Okay, so Ms. Brooks, you are in the queue.
I actually,
Oh, wait, excuse me, I forgot, were there public speakers? There were two. Oh, Ms., should we hear them? Okay, sorry.
Lanice Martin and Mary Bergen. Madam Chair, while they're coming, did we receive handouts of the PowerPoint that was just presented?
Not that I'm aware of.
It's not in the packet, so.
So, Ms. Schaff, are there printed handouts of that PowerPoint that was just presented? Apparently, they're going to try to go get some. So, Ms. Bergen, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mary Bergen, representing the League of Women Voters of Oakland. The League is in strong support of the creation of an independent redistricting commission. The membership requirements for the commission, as well as the process by which it is selected, gives the city our best chance of creating a commission that is truly independent and that can approach its task with a minimum of bias, and a commission that reflects the diversity of Oakland. I too want to speak to the concern about the other ballot measures. Some of you have expressed concern that placing this proposal on the ballot this year would take attention from the public safety measure, which we anticipate being on the ballot. Let me say that history suggests that this is unlikely to be a problem. I'd also suggest that putting your faith in Oakland residents, as this proposal calls on you to do, will help them put a little more faith in you, which I think is an important goal for all of us. Finally, let me assure you that those of us who do election work are used to working hard on more than one issue or one campaign at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bergen. Next speaker.
Hello, good evening, council members. Lanice Martin with Oakland Rising. So here we are. So at Oakland Rising, we're a collaborative of social justice organizations that educate and mobilize voters to build progressive political power in Oakland's low-income, immigrant, and communities of color. Last week, I spoke at the Rules and Legislation Committee to remind them of the work Oakland Rising has done to implement good government policies here in the town over the last 4 years, including working on the census, to ranked choice voting, to the budget process, and last but not least, the topic at hand of redistricting. Last year, during the council's redistricting process, Oakland Rising participated in the Oakland Votes Coalition to bring more community voice and input into an otherwise isolated and troubled redistricting process. We also surveyed voters about whether or not they thought it makes sense for council members to draw their own lines. And an overwhelming 90% of 5,000 voters we asked said they supported an independent redistricting commission. Since then, we've conducted an email survey and held a community event to give input into how the independent redistricting commission should operate. The policy in front of you reflects the best thinking of our diverse communities, and we feel that it should move forward today. Some folks have expressed concern about the redistricting measure negatively impacting the outcome of Measure Y and others in November. One council member even said that the measures would be in competition. This simply isn't true. Creating a thriving town means both investing in public safety and good government policies, like a redistricting commission. Let voters know that you've been busy working away on multiple policies to create a people-powered democracy in Oakland. I mean, you know, you guys take a lot of stuff, so like this is kind of great stuff, so you should let people know. Let Oakland voters know by passing the policy through tonight. Oakland Rising envisions a November ballot that urges voters to vote yes on everything is a yes for Oakland. On behalf of all of us at Oakland Rising, we urge you to support an independent redistricting commission by voting yes today. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Brooks, it's all yours.
The staff person. Who was the working group that drafted this?
So the Oakland Rising, Councilmember Shep, can you help me out here? Sure.
Oakland
League of
Rising,
Women Voters
League
of
of Women Voters,
Oakland,
Urban Strategies Council,
and Judy Cox as
Judy
well.
Cox, Councilmember Kalb, and myself. And then we also had different people visit us and participate from time to time, including Zabre Valentine from Common Cause, Connie Malloy from the Irvine Foundation, who actually served as a commissioner on the California Independent Redistricting Commission, also contributed towards this. We also, did some one-on-one consultations with different organizations in Oakland to get their input on the proposal.
As I read through the proposal, there are things that cause me pause. This is reminding me of ranked choice voting revisited. Some of the same organizations are involved in the drafting. It hasn't been taken out and fully vetted to a community that's going to be impacted, and I don't know that people are really clear, once again, on how their rights on something as substantial as voting rights could be impacted. I'm a little concerned about this screening committee that is made up of a judge, a retired judge, I don't know why, a law student, I don't know why, and a good government, whatever that means, organization, I don't know why. And there's nothing in the proposal that explains why that configuration or how it speaks to getting the diversity that we say we want to have. Then you go to the selection process for members on this body, and it's robust outreach that has all the buzzwords but doesn't tell me how you get to the true reflection of the community and all of the aspects that are necessary for in redistricting to be considered a part of the process in doing this. And then there's the provision that talks about if there is, I'm going to call it an impasse for lack of a better word, then the city will go to court and get a order imposing a redistricting plan until the body can come up with a plan, but it doesn't even talk about how the city is going to come up with that temporary plan. And so there are many things that I think, I'm not necessarily opposed to a redistricting commission, but I think that we need to really take this out and vet this before we start putting things on the ballot. I heard 200 respondents to a survey. I heard 5,000 respondents to a survey. We are a city of over 400,000 people. And so 5,200 certainly is not reflective of a full community. We were told when ranked choice voting got implemented that this was the best thing. And if you would talk to people today, there are still many people who are unhappy with ranked choice voting. And here we go all over again. I'd like to understand, so through the chair to the maker of the motion, I'd like to understand in a real way how we get to making sure that topography, geography, communities of interest, all of the requirements of the Federal Voting Act not just the language, but how that translates into real people being on this commission that reflect the breadth of a community in a random process that doesn't speak to how you're going to do the outreach that will ensure that all of those constituencies are included. I want to understand the process that's going to take place should we have to go through this court process. I don't understand why the judge, the law student, and the good government group, why aren't there other groups that can be included? How do you define good government? There are many issues that I think need to be worked out here before we just put something on the ballot. And so I'd like to hear those answers. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Schaaf, go ahead.
Sure, those are great questions. So one of our challenges, and this is a proposal that has probably had more vetting than most, and we have worked on it probably even more than 6 months. One of our challenges was to try not to hard bake too many things into the actual charter so that as the world changes, we could adjust with it. And so we actually allowed the council, the city council, to adopt standards for the outreach that the city administrator is obligated to engage in to attract the applicant pool that is reflective of the diversity of Oakland. And so that is in the measure. It allows the council to adopt those regulations every time the redistricting process is done. And so that council, this council, could define what is adequate outreach, and also the council can also define how the city administrator, what criteria the city administrator uses to select that screening panel. The composition of the screening panel was interestingly one of the things that I think we debated the most. and for example, the city of Austin, which also uses an independent redistricting commission, they choose their commission entirely by random lottery, the initial choices, and then those, they choose roughly half by lottery, and then those selected, randomly selected commissioners select the rest of the commission. They have no screening process at all, whereas the state of California used a very robust screening process that was conducted by the auditor's office. So we were trying to kind of find a compromise. We decided that we wanted to have some level of screening process to winnow the applicant pool down to, one, a more reasonable number, but also to ensure that that pool that goes into the lottery cage is reflective of the diversity of Oakland, and that includes a requirement, I believe, at least 2 people from each council district must be in that pool of 30, so that to hopefully increase the chances that that random lottery draw is, diverse. But those are some of the ways that the council can actually drive and address the very concerns that you are raising, and that they can do it in a fresh way every 10 years, because what we consider adequate outreach, in 2014 may look very different in the year 2020, and certainly very different in the year 2030. So that's how we tried to address it. The issues that you raise around ranked choice voting are very legitimate. Obviously, this will have the greatest amount of vetting as it is a ballot measure. All that we're asking today is for this council to let the voters decide whether or not to move to this form of redistricting.
Just because it's a ballot measure doesn't mean that there will be vetting of the item. Ranked choice voting was voted on, and people believe that the council passed that as opposed to the voters voting for it, because people were unclear about what they were voting for. And so a part of a vetting process would be to take it out in its current iteration so that people are truly educated on it. With respect to the screening body, the state of California, when they originally established the redistricting committee, had criteria that you could not be certain things, so elected officials couldn't be on it. There were a number of different things that they required. So again, I'm at a loss as to
that is in this proposal. So there's a series of prohibited relationships and activities that we require of the commissioners, and those same prohibitions apply to the screening panel. So it applies to both the individual and immediate members of their families. I don't know if Seppi, you want to read that part of the legislation?
Yeah, it's the conflicts of interest on page 6, D, and it lists, I can read it out loud if it's helpful. A person who or whose spouse, parent, child, or registered domestic partner has been within 10 years immediately preceding the date of application any of the following: elected to or candidate for local office, an employee or paid consultant or contractor to a campaign for local office, registered or required to be registered as a local lobbyist, a paid employee of a consultant to or under contract with any elected City of Oakland official, principal officer of an active campaign committee in Alameda County that has made expenditure on local Oakland candidate elections, and any person who has contributed 50% or more of the allowable amount to candidates for City Oakland elective offices in the last city election. Those all apply to the screening panel as well as the commissioners.
Yeah, I'm not so much interested in the conflict of interest. I'm concerned about the composition and the requirement that those specific entities and individuals be reflective of who's going to do the screening process.
So again, the city council could potentially make that a requirement of the city administrator when it comes time to do this. So that would be the discretion of the council.
Could I just, I don't know if I was just going to read a section that's in here, and I don't know if it answers Ms. Brooks' question or not, but both as to the screening panel and the next phase, it says the screening panel shall select through an open and public process 30 applicants most qualified to perform the duties who are reflective of the geographic, racial, ethnic, and economic diversity of the City of Oakland, including, that is on page 7 of the actual measure in paragraph 7 and 9. Oh, okay, but in any event, that, okay. So, Ms. Brooks, okay, Mr. Colby, you're next.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to thank the speakers for staying so long today, from the League of Women Voters and Oakland Rising, who are just two of the representatives who have been engaged in this process for a number of months. And I fully concur with the statements that were made that putting some no-tax good government measures on the ballot don't get in the way of other very important measures, in fact, could even help them. So I appreciate those words, and I know others feel the same way. I think what we're doing here is important. I think there's a fundamental, I think the most fundamental conflict of interest is having somebody draw their own lines, and that's what we have done last year. And I was fine with how the process more or less worked last year, but there's still a fundamental conflict there, and I think the public would feel better if there was an independent commission doing that every 10 years, as some other cities are doing more and more so. San Francisco has been doing that already for two census cycles. So I support this. There's a number of places in here where the administration, the city administrator or his or her designee in their outreach must, where is it? I lost the section here, but it talks about making sure that the pool reflects, does everything reasonable and possible, I forgot the exact words, I just saw it a moment ago, to make sure it reflects the geographic and ethnic, racial, economic diversity of the city. And so I believe that the way we've framed this can work well and ensure that there is the geographic, racial, economic diversity both on the commission and what the commission does. So I'm very comfortable supporting this, and I think the voters should have an opportunity to vote on it. And I think the more we can do good government things both now and in the coming weeks and coming months, will reflect well on us as a body and us as a city. And so I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
All right. Madam Mayor, you are in the queue on this item?
So it's generally, it seems like an okay proposal. I do have some question about the restriction of anybody who's been on this commission not being able to run for office for 10 years. Is that right? Did I read that right?
It is, and the idea is that if you created the lines, you should not then be able to run for office while the lines you created are in effect. And that is a similar requirement that the state has.
Run for local office here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would
if
just be.
If you move to Modesto, you're okay to run there.
Yeah. You can run for state office. You just can't run for the Oakland City Council, any City of Oakland or school board seat for 10 years.
And you can't be on any appointed commission and, right, an appointed commission?
That's for 4 years, that's correct.
I mean, it's one thing to run, but let's say they want to be, I mean, do you know how many people we have? We have hundreds of commission positions, and they're good positions for people to learn about community involvement, et cetera. So I can understand if it's like a paid elected position, but why wouldn't we let them be on appointed commissions?
So I think the thinking there was that whoever would be appointing these commissioners might serve on the city, and so they could be taking their interests. So if we want to have an independent redistricting commission, it's just making sure that it is truly independent. So there isn't a promise made that if you serve on this commission, then you will be appointed to whatever entity that they've been promised to be appointed to. And that's why it's a shorter period of time. It's only 4 years.
And a 4-year ban on having anything to do with any contract to do with the city.
That's correct.
4 years, okay, 4 years, maybe not as bad. And so what's the ban for not being able to be on any appointed board or committee? Also 4 years? Okay. And the thinking is what on particularly on, I'm trying to understand, if you are on this commission, you can't be on the library commission, you can't be the rent board, you can't be on anything. What's the thinking?
Right, so we don't want to give the perception that someone could have been promised an appointment to anything on the city level. So we want it to be as independent as possible from council members and other public officials. That is what we believe the voters would want from an independent redistricting commission proposal.
And then lastly, I see that they do have to, I mean, it's hard in a city that speaks 130 languages to see how this commission is going to be totally representative, but they still have to, especially if you're doing it by random lottery, they still have to be following the federal rules.
Yes, absolutely. And the lottery is done both in Austin and California as well. And then they appoint, so six commissioners by lottery, and then they appoint the rest, knowing that they have to look at the makeup of who's sitting there, the 6 commissioners, and the pool that they have available to them, thinking about diversity when they make that decision.
Well, the federal rules were stronger. I'm worried they won't be in the future. We're losing ground on voting rights. We're losing ground on a lot of other areas. So maybe the council can establish some of its own rules that mirror the federal rules, because the federal rules may not be what they were.
And each commission has the right to add additional criteria as they see fit. So that's something that's left up to them hopefully not, but if things change and the Voting Rights Act is not what it is today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to move that we adopt this resolution.
I'm in the queue.
I think.
Okay, actually, there was one more, I'm sorry, Ms. Malpanis in the queue, but so a motion is on the floor and seconded by Mr. Culp. Ms. McElhaney.
So I've probably been perhaps the most vocal about not wanting to pursue this conversation at this time. And I want to speak to a couple of the things with respect to whether or not this is a competing issue on the November 2012, or 20, yeah, where are we? 14 ballot measure. So I have several questions about this substantively, but then I have just some clarifications around this. When we began to undertake the challenge of looking at retaining the monies that are currently collected under Measure Y, we had numerous stakeholder meetings. You know, the city retained a professional consultant. We met with tons of stakeholders, and the thing that I kept hearing from the stakeholder communities, our unions and people who donate and volunteer, is that this council needs to focus, and that they expected us to take seriously the replacement of Measure Y and to demonstrate that we were resolved around that. And so I began to carry that mantra forward, that if 10-1 and 21, ILWU and all these folks who were saying they were looking at us for leadership, that we should be really reflective of that. And so the timing of this now for something that's going to be 2020, I said, you know, we're questioning whether or not it has the efficacy or the need for the now. The second thing that we heard from the consultant retained by the city with respect to that measure was that the longer the ballot, the less likely you are, there's just voter fatigue. So I'm not clear about what sources we're citing when we say that voter fatigue and long ballots and that kind of thing is not real. The folks who do this for a living say that it's difficult, and we know that we have a difficult
If I may clarify,
path.
that source that was quoted was our Measure Y consultant.
Pollster.
Yeah.
So I heard specifically from the consultant, the lead consultant on that team, with respect to his continued and ongoing request that we focus, and that the council have a leadership role, and what we're saying to the voters is the most important thing, that we want the voters to focus in on and know that we want. And similar to Councilmember Brooks, it's not that I'm not for looking at whether or not this is an efficacious thing. I do know that having lived through the redistricting impacts in the city of Richmond, I am concerned. The statewide redistricting process in some ways makes sense. You're looking at a two-party system where in various components of the state, the parties have locked out each other. You've got red counties and blue counties. We deal with statewide appropriations where there's money that are tied to the districts that are represented. Same is true for the federal. You're looking at how do you break up the two-party system and where there's no competition. For our local elections, which are nonpartisan by process, the drive for breaking up a party system or a machine system is not there in terms of justifying this and the reason why we're at it. And then there were the unintended consequences. For example, the statewide redistricting commission, I mean, it was not a smooth process. There were minority communities, communities of colors, smaller communities like the city of Richmond that felt that they would be disenfranchised, losing their voting power in the way that district. And the amount of, it took a great deal of effort and energy for the city of Richmond to assert the harm that would have been caused by drawing the lines in the way that the commission did, and numerous trips. And there was a process by which people felt unheard because that commission itself could be a bit tone deaf at the time, and it was pretty significant. So I had some questions with respect to what's in front of us now. So on the financial analysis, what is the cost of this commission? The staff cost, has the administrator done any analysis with respect to the staff cost to support the commission? That's one question. I have a series of questions.
The staff has not done an analysis of what the cost might be to support it. Oh, I haven't seen it. I have not done one.
If I may, this measure only requires that the city spend what it spent this last year on redistricting. It does not require any additional expenditure. And in fact, what it does suggest is that we set aside a prorated amount each year so that that amount has built up over the 10 years so that we don't have to budget it all at once in the 10th year. But the staff did do analysis. I don't know if you have the number handy.
It was
about what was spent this year.
108,000.
108,000.
So that would
Roughly.
be, 108,000 would pay for what?
In 2013. So it was the contractor that was hired. There was costs with doing outreach for all the public input. I think that was part of it.
So the 108 would be for the external consultant costs?
No. So the consultant, the outreach process, and also the city staff, so their salary. I was told that the city staff person who worked on this spent about 6 months of their time on this. So we sort of...
But that's not staff to the commission.
No,
So when we
city
establish a commission, like the administrator has staff, that we have to assign staff to that commission. And so otherwise the commission doesn't function. It needs administrative support.
So this commission, the city staff will be supporting them. It's written, this resolution is written in that way, that city staff will have to be designated to as it is done now, and it was done in 2013.
So, I mean, one of the challenges that we have in supporting our local boards and commission is a lack of available staffing. I mean, we see this with the Measure Y Commission, with our Youth Commission, that we're splitting and dividing staff or staffing times, and then the commissions are frustrated because they're not adequately staffed. They're not getting minutes timely. The noticing requirement, it adds a cost to the back-end administrative support. Would the commission also be subject to Sunshine and Brown? And would that add additional cost to the clerks?
There's no reason to think that this commission is going to require any more staffing than we required when we were the deciding body for redistricting. And so we felt it was adequate to guarantee that we continue funding at that level, but we did not want to require any additional funds above what has been spent currently.
So the question, since this is the first time that we've had to debate this, these are questions that are significant that need to be addressed and answered. I don't know that we could say that it wouldn't require additional. I mean, we require additional staff. I mean, we have commissions now that are not adequately staffed. We don't have the resources to do it. We don't have the funding to do it, and then our commissions are not well served. So we have no information, real information about what it would cost to staff the commission, and so that's what I'm saying. We don't have that number because the 108 would be.
I respect that is your opinion. I think those of us who worked on this felt satisfied that we absolutely had information because we weren't doing this in a vacuum. We had the information of what it costs to run the process this year. Now, of course, we hope that a future council allocates additional funds to have a more robust process. There's nothing that prohibits the council from giving more money to the redistricting process. But as far as a requirement, all that is required is that it continue to be funded at the level at which it was funded.
So how much time do we expect that the commissioners will spend devoted to this?
So also, as a process item, Lynette, you're way over 4 minutes, but I mean, there's been some back and forth. But anyway, let's see if we can wind this up in 5 minutes and take a vote. But go ahead and answer the question.
The outreach will start in July, and the whole process is due to be done by the year after the census is done, so 2021, I believe, December of 2021. So it depends on when they get seated. So there's time allocated for outreach, then they get seated, and then the process begins.
So we're saying to citizens who would be interested in participating in this that they would serve for 6 months, devote an unknown amount of time to that endeavor, and in exchange for their service, they would be barred from seeking office or serving on any other commission from anywhere from 4 to 10 years. Okay.
Very, very similar to what we do for our public ethics commissioners.
So, question of staff. There's been some discussion around ensuring the diversity of the population, and to the point about the outreach effort and how would you ensure equitable representation for lower income communities. And I mean, there's no compensation for these folks. So are there stipends for transportation, child care, travel? When you're talking about a commission that's economically diverse,
That would be up to the council to make that decision when the time comes. There's nothing that prohibits it, but there's nothing that requires it. Again, we wanted to provide flexibility for the future councils.
So, I'm over my 5 minutes. There needs to be, in my mind, more time to really vet the proposal, to deal with some of the things. When I spoke with Esperanza from Oakland Rising about this, and I talked about anticipating the potential backlash of the proposal to actually harm communities of color and low-income communities in the way that I saw it happen in Richmond, which was certainly not, when Common Cause and others who looked at the statewide issue, they were looking at how do you break up the two-party, blocks and blockades in these counties, did not necessarily look at how that would impact a smaller community. And so I'm thinking about the communities, certainly looking at some of the social equity maps that were proposed this year from this coalition. It's some concerns about, in theory that looks good, but how do you not isolate, how do you not create, a poverty district that could be ignored? How do you deal with some of the other issues? So I continue to have concerns, but our president has asked that I yield and that we wrap up debate.
All right, I see no one else in the queue. Good debate. So I think we are ready to call the question. But I did want to clarify, so if this does get the votes to put it on the ballot, the city attorney and auditor and would write their analyses, but would also the city administration do an assessment of the costs? Who does the cost part?
The auditor, I believe.
Oh, the auditor does. Okay, all right. All right.
Madam Chair, the other thing that I wanted to say is that what's also driving my concern here is when we did the poll and we polled Oaklanders on what's important to them, this didn't come up. I mean, folks, I can understand that when you go out and you ask a person a specific question and you frame the conversation, but at the core of what we're talking about, what these voters need and what the voters want, they didn't say, well, I'm concerned about the 2020 lines. That voters are really clear about where they want us to put our focus, our time, and our effort and our attention, whether it's these issues of livability, safety, focus in on the few things and actually get some critical wins. And Councilmember Schaaf, I have a great deal of respect for you, and I know how passionate you feel about this, and you and I have shared conversation without looking at this, just the concept about this. And so I'm going to be true to what I said in terms of our focus and our desire to say to this broader community that the council can be focused on a few things and get good at things as opposed to saying yes to everything. Particularly, I think we have time for this. This does not come into play until 2020. And so I believe we have time to really vet this, to bring it back, to give it to the voters. In a presidential election, there will be a bigger turnout even, so that we can really look at some of these things and begin to anticipate more of what I believe could be some really damaging effects of not fleshing it out thoroughly.
Okay. I'm just going to make a couple of comments. I think this is a reasonable proposal and something that could be very good to have citizens actually draw these lines. It's not something I care deeply about. I think the way we were doing it was also pretty reasonable. But I think I have no objection to this going on the ballot, except for the issue that we talked about is, would it distract from the public safety measure, which is absolutely critical for the city's survival. And having listened to a lot of different people who've actually done some analysis of past ballots and how, and looked at the success or failure of measures based on how many were on the ballot and that kind of stuff. They didn't find evidence that having a lot of items on the ballot necessarily affected the outcome. So I'm willing to vote for this, but I want to say to all my colleagues, and especially the two colleagues who brought this forward, that we are counting on each and every one of us on this council to remember what is most important as we are out campaigning and talking to voters and are just sharing information about what is essential for this city to be able to have violence prevention programs and continue to pay for 50 police officers. That so I'm really, understanding that you all are going to.
I promise.
Keep. Yeah, I've sworn Ms. Schaaf to that's what she needs to campaign for. Not the redistricting measure. Anyway, so with that, I'm going to ask the clerk to do a roll call vote.
On the motion made by Councilmember Schaaf, seconded by Councilmember Cobb to place this, to adopt this resolution, Councilmember Brooks. Gibson McElhaney.
Mr.
I'm sorry, Gallo, forgive me. Yes. Gibson McElhaney. Cobb.
Aye.
Kaplan.
Aye.
Schaaf.
Aye.
And Kernahan.
Aye.
I am showing 5 ayes, 1 abstain, and 1 no. And the motion passes. Oh, and 1 absent, I'm sorry, if we must have the 8, yes. Okay, that concludes our items for the evening. I show
President,
2.
Before you adjourn, you said we've concluded the items. I want to acknowledge the compliments that were paid to the staff this evening, to the planning staff for the model building code ordinance, and to the budget staff for the work that they have done. It is important that that work be acknowledged from time to time. It goes a very, very long way, and I want to thank you for it.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. And so we are now going to adjourn in memory of
James Went and Gwen McCain.
Thank you. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.